Welcome back after the long weekend. It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We are back. We are live. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is a chilly start this morning. Man, it's funny. Like, the calendar switches over to September, and the fall weather immediately hit. 49 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 70s. We are going to hit 80 Thursday and Friday, but as we are looking ahead to our Bills game forecast.
Oh, that's right.
First game on Sunday at home against the Cardinals, live here on CMF. We are looking at partly cloudy, high of 62, which is elite opening day weather.
Perfect.
So if you're going out there, you're not going to be sitting in 90-degree sun. Yeah. God, Kimmy, that's the worst part about opening day in Buffalo every year.
Yeah, I experienced that over the weekend.
I cannot wait to get into where Kimmy was, because we all had pretty eventful weekend.
Yeah, sure.
Kimmy went to a football game in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Yeah.
And I tuned in.
So did I.
I go, hey, Kimmy's here.
Did you catch any of the game?
No.
Why is that?
Because it wasn't on.
Why is that?
The stadium was there. It was empty. They don't draw.
Kimmy brought a tornado to Morgantown.
Oh, my God, man. It was like sideways rain.
It went from the hottest sporting event I have ever attended in my life to the scariest in about an hour.
So there was a legitimate tornado in Morgantown.
I don't know what... like all of a sudden they make like the announcement. They say, there are storms in the area, but as of now it's not coming this way, blah blah blah. And then like less than 10 minutes later it was like, please seek shelter.
Where do you go?
Well, they said they said you could exit and go to your car or go inside buildings.
So I could get swept away.
Because they're like, we'll honor your tickets, but it was basically like, hey, just get to safety immediately.
Because the joint's packed, right? It's opening day.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while.
70,000 people go back to your cars, trailers, or your
it was pretty
sisters.
nuts.
But everything ended up okay.
Yes, it
Except
did.
for, I felt bad for you because I know it was 1 billion degrees in Morgantown.
It was.
For those who don't know, Kimmy went to college at the University of West Virginia. That's why she talks that way. So it was like 1 billion degrees.
Yeah.
There was a tornado, and then the Mountaineers got blown the F out at home.
It wasn't looking good when they made the announcement. So it's kind of like, all right, fresh start. We'll restart. We'll get back to it.
Did you go back in afterwards?
I don't think it started again. We were staying in Pittsburgh, and I don't think it started again for like another 2 hours after that. So no.
Yeah. That's your first question.
Yeah.
No. Well, it sucks, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It was fun while it lasted.
It's the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
We saw a whole half.
All right.
Well, I mean, if you're one of these people that needs to hear worse stories to feel better about yourself, you can take solace, Kimmy, that maybe you didn't have the worst weekend out of anyone in Rochester. Did you see what happened at Strong yesterday morning?
So there was like a pipe burst?
Yes. Story on 10 NBC. A steam pipe, it looks like, blew up outside of the emergency room.
It looked like somebody left the front door to hell open.
So there was steam and debris flying.
Yeah, it was like chunks of stuff.
Yes, I mean, it's the road, I think, right?
Is that what it is?
I would
I don't
assume
know.
it's part of the pavement. So
Shrapnel?
So, like, first of all, you had, like, the big chunks of stuff. One of those chunks broke somebody's window of their car.
Oh, God.
Then, on top of that, you had all this dust and gook that just coated and covered cars in the parking lot of the emergency room at Strong. Now, the good news...
That's the good news.
The hospital said it didn't affect any patient care, although at one point, if you were going to the ER, you had to go to, like, the ambulatory way. So, like, it does suck. You would know if you're going to the ER that, like, this is happening.
There's a geyser in the front.
Exactly. So, like, going to the ER in the first place is not fun, right? So, could you imagine, like, oh, this is the worst day of my life. You get to the front door, can't go this way, I gotta go that way. But, like, even worse, there were people in the emergency room whose cars were in that emergency room parking lot.
Man.
Yeah.
They're screwed.
Yeah, and then you come out not knowing either. That's the worst part. It's like a bad surprise.
Like, that's got to be the worst day of your life.
And you can't get to your car until they fix it.
Yeah, right? I mean, so,
you're stuck.
So they got it all taken care of within an hour. No one was hurt, which is also good. But, I mean, like, just coming out and your car is covered in mud.
Even if there's no damage to your car, you're now driving around something covered in like an inch of dust.
Yeah. So, like, not only did you spend time in the emergency room, which is not fun, you now have to find a way to get out of this parking lot, and you have to spend the rest of the day getting this super thick film of off of your car. And I'm imagining if you were in the ER, you probably can't go out with a hose and a bucket and do it, like, right away. So, like, what the hell are you supposed to do?
Yeah, because you can't even drive it because you can't see out the windows.
Yeah, I mean,
so you have to get something to wipe your windows down with just to see, to get it over like Delta Sonic.
And I'm looking at the dust. I don't know if this is some of that dust that, like, comes off just when you rub it.
It looked rusty.
It looked rusty.
It looked like it almost looked like a car had sat and rusted.
So I'm looking at it right now. I mean, you know what it looks like? Remember like the scenes in like Indiana Jones when they were in the desert and like a storm would kick up and then like the camels were covered in sand?
Yeah.
Looks like that.
All right. I didn't even know. Like I'm watching this thing and go, what do they use steam for?
Heat?
I always thought you had like AC. And like electric. I didn't like. I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of this big steam pipe. What does it do?
I don't know, something.
I thought every building had steam pipes attached to it.
I didn't think we used steam anymore.
So here's the thing.
I like my house has no steam attached to it.
We have no steam.
But is the steam used for something else in your house?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I never had like, hey man, I'm low on steam.
I mean, there's several days
my RG&E, it says electric, gas, steam.
There are several days a week where our listeners understand you are very low on steam. Kimmy, can you Google what steam pipes are for?
I guess you're probably right. It's probably heat, but I always figured they had like AC and heaters.
Well, look, I want to make fun of you because this seems like a simple answer, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't have the legitimate
It seems
answer.
like it's old school stuff that we don't need anymore.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, like, the hospital does a lot of different stuff, so maybe it's, like, specifically for the hospital?
Oh.
I don't know. I mean, it's also a teaching hospital.
Medical steam.
Well, no, I mean, it could be used.
I don't know. I mean, obviously it's there for something.
It says carry pressurized steam from a boiler to various working components such as steam engines, turbines, or radiators.
Power.
All right, power.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. You don't have a boiler in your house.
Right, I just got like a furnace.
Well, like, think about how big Strong is. That campus goes on forever,
Oh, it
right?
does.
So, yeah, they probably have a boiler or two. Got to push that steam through.
All right, a good steaming.
I mean, that means there are people that, like, get up and work on steam pipes.
Yeah.
Which
Sounds pretty dangerous.
Well, it does sound dangerous, but it also seems like one of those jobs that stopped being a thing in like the late 1800s.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like a steam locomotive.
Is there like the local, like yesterday during Labor Day, they had the day off, the local Steam Pipers Union, 435?
They must have been marching, right?
Is that why it broke? They were all in the parade? Oh, crap, Dave, you got to go. Low man on the totem.
So they still got guys over there like shoveling coal into boilers too, like the Titanic?
I don't think
more steam, sir. Close the boilers. We got too much steam in the parking lot.
What does a boiler run on?
I have no idea.
252 WCMF.
These are all questions none of us.
I thought we use
can answer.
electricity now, like as wires going into the thing.
No, wires going into the thing.
That's all I know.
Is it maybe it's cheaper for like a big building to run?
Okay, maybe
boiler?
there you go.
It could also just be they've always done it this way, so they just kept it that way.
I wonder if that pipe's like 100 years old.
Yeah, like
It might
maybe
be
it
longer.
runs to other things.
Yeah.
No,
like it was put in like in the 1920.
No, I mean, knowing how old the campus of Strong is,
That thing could be ancient.
it could be 150 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, that hospital's been there forever.
Well, Lincoln cut the ribbon.
Shut up, you idiot. Could have used it. Surratt House did nothing for it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about a steam line that burst yesterday out in front of the emergency room at Strong. Good news, no one was hurt. It didn't interrupt the patient care, so that's the most important thing.
Sure.
What sucks is all of the cars, at least a lot of the cars in the parking lot of the ER department, were covered in like this sandy gook. One window was broken after some debris fell out of the ER after the pipe burst, and it was just like spewing steam into the air.
It looked like that geyser Yellowstone.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looked like. So one of the funniest pictures, I'm looking at it on 10NBC's website right now.
The Japanese tourists taking pictures of it?
There are 3 campus police officers, like Strong police officers.
Yeah, what do those guys could do?
And like 2 folks in scrubs, and they're just standing at the door looking at it with their hands on their hips like this, right? Because you're right, there's nothing they can do.
And I don't know, it's got to be bazillion degrees out there next to that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hot, right? It's steam.
Steam,
I
yeah.
count a whole steam thing.
Yeah.
But like, what strikes me about this picture is you're right. There's nothing these people can do, right? They're not trained. But they're also the people that you look to for like when things like this go wrong.
True.
So like there's that weird side by side of they should not know what to do and why aren't you doing something all at the same time?
You're just standing out there getting a facial.
Fix this! Wait, your mom was there? Would you pull in the ER if you saw
No.
this like just exploding out of the
man.
ground?
Well, but you need the ER.
I don't
know.
care. Not that bad.
You're not going to the ER to just check out what's up over there. You know where we haven't been in a while? The emergency room.
I
would-
guess it would
It's
depend
not
on
Big Lots.
how much longer I think I could stay in that car for. Because
there's-
like if you have the option to go somewhere else, maybe you're going in a different direction.
But let's think about the next closest emergency room. You got Unity, that's out in Greece, so it's probably a 15, 20-minute
At
drive from
least.
there. It's also probably 15, 20 minutes to, what's the one around Irondequoit?
Oh,
My wife works there. No. Park Ridge was Greece. No, that's.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's the one up there by Hudson.
What is the hospital called? Don't tell my wife.
Runquate Hospital?
Don't tell my wife. I don't know where she goes.
There's Highland.
No, Highland's on Highland.
Yeah, that's it.
Highland is on Highland. That is not Highland. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Highland would probably be the next closest hospital.
Yeah.
It's around the corner. Highland, though.
I mean, it depends how bad I am, right? Like, if I'm really effed up. You know, it'd be great.
What?
If I had to go visit somebody and don't want to go. Oh, God, I wanted to see Ma. Goddamn pipe, Ma.
No, you idiot. You don't really visit people in the emergency room.
Well, no, but you go to the hospital.
Yes.
Any excuse I see around the hospital, I'm bailing.
Okay, you know how well acquainted I am with Strong, having lived there when my daughter had a brain surgery.
Because they have that parking, that level parking.
Yeah, that's on the opposite side of the building.
I know, but I kind of saw some steam over there, man.
Yeah, you saw some steam over there? No, you did. They're letting people into the parking garage.
Because I hate going to the hospital. It's the worst.
I don't get it. I find the hospital pleasant.
Why?
Really?
Why is it pleasant?
Said nobody ever.
What, the aching, the moaning?
You're looking at it the wrong way.
Depending on where you are in the hospital, maybe.
All of those people in the hospital are only there to help.
Yeah, but you haven't hit that
the
age where your parents and the elderly, you got to go visit them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I haven't hit the age where I had to go visit my parents. I don't know, like when my dad had a heart attack.
What'd you go by once?
Bro, I was there 4 days a week for like 5 weeks.
Which is why you should have a different. I was gonna say, which is why you should have a different opinion on what it's like to be in the hospital.
I spent so much time seeing my parents and then like extended family, old farts. It sucks.
No, I mean, I'm not saying like you want to go to the hospital.
Well, you said you like the experience.
I do enjoy. Here's why. Based on the care that my old man got when he was, because my dad was like in a bed for 5 weeks after he stupidly drove himself to the hospital having a heart attack and crashed into the building. Also kind of funny that this steam pipe burst on its own and not with my dad driving into it when he was having his heart attack. And then my daughter had her brain surgery a couple years ago, and everyone's safe, everyone's healthy now, right? But like, I got to personally witness how much those people care. And that goes for all the hospitals.
Yeah, I'm sure
here, right?
they do, but like it's also miserable work.
Let me put it this way. Yeah, I mean, but they don't let on if they are miserable, how miserable they are.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. I'm going to go all introspective on it.
Okay,
In a world. Thank you. Where you look around and it's a scary place because it can be hard sometimes to find people coming together.
To make sense of this crazy planet.
When you are in a place like a hospital and you see everyone working together and bending over backwards and using everything they have and kindness to make that person you love try to get better, it's nice.
Yeah, I ain't paying attention to any of that.
Oh, my God. How are you so stupid?
I'm just sitting there go, how long do I have to sit here? It's been an hour. Oh, my God.
RGH.
There you go. That's the one. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, a buddy of mine's wife works up there.
He's going to be pissed. Nobody tell my wife. Also, again, we're talking about this steam pipe bursting out in front of Strong. I've said this before, and I'll say it again.
What's that?
The food court at Strong Hospital, the cafeteria, might be one of the best restaurants in Rochester.
But is that only because you're so hungry that any food will do at that point?
No, because I had the opportunity. Like when my dad was in there, like, I could have left to come back. Like, he was going to be there for a while.
Yeah.
He didn't even know who he was for the first 4 weeks. Much like when I was growing up. When I would go visit my dad every day in the hospital, I was like, I get to have lunch here today. They got a fantastic salad bar. They got a great grill, fantastic fried food section. They make sandwiches for you.
They got a fancy coffee joint, too.
Yeah,
right?
they do,
Yeah, they did step up their game, but they kind of knew they had to do something.
Well, you don't really...
They were losing their audience.
Losing their audience. Hey, I got shot. Where you want to go?
Burger King?
No, take RGH. They got a better cafeteria. No, if they didn't charge for parking, I would eat lunch at Strong Hospital.
Really?
Is that inappropriate?
Can you?
Yeah, it's an open cafeteria.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you can just walk. It's on the first floor. You just walk in.
Oh,
it's there
I always
for
thought
everybody.
there was somebody checking.
What are they checking for?
Why you here if you're not visiting people?
To eat food?
Yeah, but then you're taking away from other people that are there.
It's not free.
No, but like a doctor wants to go down there. Now the salad bar's wiped out.
No, they get. Well, yeah, I would wipe that salad bar out. It's a really good salad bar. But no, I mean, it's a restaurant.
I don't know how it works. I don't want to know anything about a hospital because that means I don't go to hospitals much.
Okay.
I'm always weirded out by people that know, like you that have too much hospital information when you're not a doctor. I know your wife's a doctor.
I'm sleeping with one. Thank you.
But like I don't want to know about hospitals. That's a good thing. Like if I don't have to go to the hospital, that's good.
No, but like here's the thing. Like
it's like knowing about lawyers too much.
With what my dad went through and my daughter and my wife. Okay, stop saying
Bro, I went through the same thing with my
but
parents.
you get so uncomfortable when I bring up like actual real life stuff. You know, about,
yeah, whatever.
Like, that's Tommy's uncomfortable.
Yeah, deathbed. Yeah,
let's move past this as fast as possible. Yeah. Having now that background with my old man and my daughter and my wife, what she does for a living, right? Like, it's nice to know if I end up in there, which I've actually been in there more than I want to say, that I kind of know what's going on. It's not like a shock when they do something or like when they say something in front of me, because like I've seen this before. I don't have to freak out.
All right.
Like you, the second you walk in, like, okay, we're just going to take your blood. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I mean, look, man, a hospital is a good thing.
Yes, but try to stay out of them.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah, if you don't want the best damn salad you've ever had in your life with a side of kick-ass French fries, I want to know what they do to the fries over there.
Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I
do want to know. There are some.
What's your secret ingredient, medical people?
There are some restaurants in this town that could help themselves out by getting the French fry recipe from Strong.
You know what weirds me out too? Like when I'm in there.
What?
Like even like when I get a cup of coffee and I've eaten that thing, like there's like people right above me and like miserable.
Yeah.
Like or like close to the end.
Or like somebody is having like the worst day of their lives.
Right.
Could be sitting right next to you drinking a coffee.
And I'm having French fries and a burger.
Yeah,
that weirds me out.
But here's what's great about the hospital.
Right.
Let's say they are having the worst day of their life.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow is not the worst day of their life anymore.
Well,
And
depending
then the
on
day
who
after-
they're there for.
I mean, they could also checked out.
But then it's no longer the worst day of their life.
I know, but like I don't
mean,
want
look, either way, it ain't a problem anymore.
I know, but they're like right over my head.
Okay. Bro, there's people dying in homes you drive by every day.
I know, but I'm not sitting at their kitchen. Fred, how you doing in there? I'm very good. I'm very good at all.
You sound like
My God, your wife's pie is delicious, though, Fred. I know.
It's not like I'd get my lunch and walk into a hospice. Like I'm going to eat it in the cafeteria.
My brother used to go visit my parents in a nursing home, right?
Okay, yeah.
And like when I would sit with them, I would just even when they were having lunch, I'd just sit there with them. I couldn't eat in front of these people. My brother would pull up a chair and they would feed you. And he goes, man, I go, what'd you do? I had lunch with mom and dad. Like you ate with those people?
You
He goes,
eat
yeah.
with those people?
Bro, you do not want to have lunch at a nursing home. Oh my God.
Bro, I watch you eat bananas and carrots every day. I love how you're like a 3-year-old.
Well, they're
Tommy,
not all down the front of me, and I'm not taking a dump in my pants.
How many times last week did he spill stuff on his shirt? And he makes it. I spilled stuff. No,
Well, do you
always
want
water.
to sign up for that?
We got a dynamite. Go try the fries at Strong. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, that new hot segment where they dine in the hood with Kimmy.
That's not what it's called. Kimmy's got a post in the neighborhood app. We're going to try this again after the super controversial double disqualification last week.
Oh, yes.
People are still saying Kimmy has gone drunk with power and needs to be reined in.
Yeah.
We're thinking about packing the court of judges of where they won it. Kimmy's got her neighborhood app post. She's going to read it out loud, remove street names and town references. You, me, everybody that's going to listen, everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
Have to listen.
For the little clues, we're going to figure out where they whining. Set your phone alarm for 9 o'clock or just stay with us. We got more great talk about what hospitals you can get the best food at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kidding, of course. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. This guy sounds like he may have needed a hospital.
Oh.
Well, there's great sports all weekend long. Baseball playoffs are heating up. College football officially kicked off with week 1, right? You're getting ready for the NFL season. You had the U.S. Open on.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But let's not forget, NASCAR is in their stretch playoff
NASCAR.
run. Did you see what happened to this poor NASCAR driver?
No.
Sometimes you got to go to work sick. You got no choice.
Oh.
That's what this guy did.
Really?
However-
They had, like the flu or something?
Oh, I don't know what he had, but it was bad.
Yeah.
And how he was allowed to compete like this. Because if you were just driving down the street dealing with this, you'd be putting a ton of people at risk. And you're not driving at 140 miles an hour.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what went down. We got audio.
Oh. God.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a fact of life. If you have a job, you have gone to work sick.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what's interesting? The last couple of years, the idea of working sick has changed, right? It used to be a badge of honor.
Right.
Now it's more stay the hell home. I don't want to get sick. What's good about this job is you are pretty much on your own all the time, so very little chance you infect anybody else. What makes this terrifying is you could legitimately kill yourself and a bunch of other people while this is happening at the same time.
But there's no law against it, or rule, I should say.
How is there not a rule?
Yeah, you would think.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, a massive crime spree on the east side over the weekend. Did you see this story?
I did.
And look, here's the thing. We as a show go out of our way to make sure we don't victim blame. We do our best. But Kimmy's first thought when she saw this story was the same first thought that I had.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So we're saying sports time is heating up. Baseball is getting to playoff time.
Yeah.
College football kicks off Saturday. We got the NFL starting on Sunday. And kind of lost in the mix between that and the U.S. Open and all this other stuff. NASCAR playoffs are happening.
Yeah.
They were racing over the weekend.
Were they racing?
I don't know.
Darlington?
Was it Darlington? Was it Darlington?
Talladega?
No, they were going.
Somewhere.
Yes.
Well, they're coming here next week.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the Cup Series.
One of the drivers, Tyler Reddick, was having a rough go. He's a 45 car, the upper deck car.
Okay.
And he was getting sick during the race.
Oh, really?
And when I say sick, I mean like the sickest
Like
you could
the worst
possibly
kind.
be.
Like at both ends?
This is him. This is the audio that he's sending back to his pit crew.
Yeah, through the helmet.
Yes, as to what he was dealing with while racing in a NASCAR race.
I'm just curious for CJ's feedback here. You worried about throwing up or no, just stomach stuff? Yeah, I'm throwing up. Seeing myself, all of it. All right, so it's both.
He was puking and having diarrhea
At the same time.
inside the car while racing.
And he's not a 1-year-old.
Tommy, I'm watching the video of when he's saying this live. The car is moving while he's having
so he's
diarrhea.
doing, those cars go up to what, 200 miles an hour?
2 miles?
200 miles an hour. Yeah.
Okay, first off, that seems really dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're wearing a helmet.
Oh, yeah. How do you do that? Because, yeah, they're like space suits.
Was his helmet just filling up with puke?
You'd drown.
That's what I mean.
You have to open up the visor, let it spill up. Or does it go down into the suit?
Well, I was just going to say, like, is it coming out of the bottom?
But then he's also dumping.
Yes, at the same time.
And he's
in a space-age flame retardant.
You know what they say, dumping is racing. So, like, he's sitting in his own feces.
And vomit.
Did he complete the race?
That I don't know, to be honest with you.
I mean,
Could you check Kimmy and see?
Man, how would you like to pop that car open and get that guy out at the end of the race?
Now, here's the thing. Now, Tyler Reddick says afterwards he did not puke or anything else in the car. He says he held it the whole race. It's also possible he was embarrassed and decided to say that.
Sounds like he's trying to dial it back.
It did say, so the rest of the audio goes on, and they're telling him they must keep stuff in the car.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't realize that they did that, but they were saying take this pill or take 3 of these pills. Whatever they were saying, they were giving him advice on what he was supposed to take.
And he says on the audio he lost it, that he put it in his mouth and it came back up and he lost the pills.
Oh my God.
So yeah, he's lying. There's no way. I mean, you play the audio back again. He says here it's coming out both ends. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I'm just curious for CJ's feedback here. You worried about throwing up or no, just stomach stuff? Yeah, I'm throwing up. Seeing myself, all of it. All right, so it's both.
He does say I'm throwing up and crapping myself all day. Is that what he said?
Pretty much.
I thought he said it's all of it.
Oh, okay.
All of it.
All right. Well, it sounds like it happened. All right.
So this is mid-race. It sounds like he. It doesn't say he stopped the race.
I mean, that's dedication.
Oh yeah. Well, you got sponsors.
All right. Also, think about this. I'm sure Upper Deck wants to be involved with the guy puking and crapping himself. Upper Deck Sports Cars. Can you imagine the smell inside of that car?
That's what I've been saying. Somebody, when they pop that thing open, man, like that crew's got to go in there. Like, well, he had to pit a couple of times during the race.
Yeah, no, he was pitting the whole time out of his pit.
Are they handing him like handy wipes and like clean yourself? What do you do? Because they hand you like cups of water and stuff.
It's a great question. I think you just hose them off.
Yeah.
Right?
No, they probably come in with a shop vac.
All right. So
don't forget, they're in and out in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Are we talking about the puke or the pit stop?
All of it.
Because, like, The car is also like 150 degrees.
Oh,
right?
easily, yeah.
Is
So
that
like,
how hot it is? in
you're
there?
baking.
It's like it's an oven.
You're baking puke and diarrhea.
You would think at that point, honestly, like I would think at that point it's dangerous to still be out there on the road because think about like your concentration when you're vomiting.
Yes.
I mean, like you would think
Dehydrate.
it would take you out of the game. I don't know. Like I would think it's dangerous for you and other drivers to be doing that.
Like, let's just put it into perspective, right? Let's say you were driving down 490, 390 on your way home from work, right? And all of a sudden you start throwing
Yeah.
up. You wouldn't
I
keep driving.
sneeze and it throws you off.
And you're only doing, 55, 65 miles an hour at that moment. You would pull over immediately, continue to puke. It's because puking in his helmet
Yeah.
doing 150, 200 mile an hour. And it's still all over you. Like, that's the other
Yeah,
thing,
you're
too,
sitting
man.
in it, man.
I don't care how tough you are.
Yeah.
If you would feel the puke actively on your face, it would skeeve you out.
I'm also thinking about my ass.
Nothing you can do about that.
No, but the smell, and it's hot, and
Yeah.
you're sitting in it. Like you're forming like some like art project in your pants.
Yeah, the world's worst stew. Do you throw that? All right, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about NASCAR driver Tyler Reddick over the weekend. He, on audio with his pit crew, says that he's throwing up and having diarrhea at the same time while he's driving the car. They then say, Kimmy brought it up, they have pills inside the car to help him out. He says that he tried to take them.
Yeah.
They came out. He lost them. He doesn't know where they are. Reddick says after the race that it was a false alarm. He didn't actually throw up and poop, but it sounds like he's kind of trying to save face
Backtrack.
here,
Sure.
right? What do you do? Do you just throw that racing suit out afterwards?
You burn it.
How much? Well, you
It's a
can't. It's
hat.
flame retardant.
Oh yeah.
How much do those racing suits cost?
Probably a lot.
Can you Google? Thank you.
I bet you they're like 10 grand.
Okay, so like, is it? Do you have to wash it?
No, you go buy. Right, it's NASCAR. They got money to burn.
Well, I mean, NASCAR's not as big as it used to be. I know there's a huge dedicated NASCAR fan base, but
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe if they hit hard times,
But you think he'll rinse it out?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's a hazard.
Got to ride in your poopy pants.
I can't believe that. I
racing
can't believe they keep pills in the car. They don't have a better form of like giving you medicine. Like, try taking pills in the car, just driving normally. I'm doing 200 miles an hour like this. I'm trying to get these little pills in my mouth. By the way, I'm wearing a helmet and a visor. I got to negotiate a pill into my mouth. They don't have like something you just drink.
No, but you said it yourself. I mean, like, how else would you do it? Okay, let's say you got a thing you just drink. You'd have to take the top off while driving.
No,
and
like a
drink
little
it.
straw thing.
Well, liquid pills that you just stick in your mouth?
Like a liquid medicine.
How often are they taking medicine in the car while it's in there? Is it like for migraines or headaches or things?
Could be, right? But here's the other thing. Like, I wonder how many guys, like, during a race just take a whiz in their suit because they don't want to pull over.
I thought that was common.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're probably used to that.
There's a big difference between whiz and poo.
Oh, I understand that. You know what they ought to do? Like, what the catheter. That's what they need,
You want
and then a diaper.
surgery.
No, it goes right into your the thing right there.
Yeah, that's
it
still
doesn't
a
need.
procedure.
It's barely.
You're not sticking a tube
Wouldn't
in
that
my
throw you
penis.
off? I don't know.
At
I guess
first.
maybe if you're used to it.
Like you take a turn too hard left. Ow! Ow!
Maybe just diaper them up.
Well, no, because then you're not going to look as cool when you're standing on top of the car. Like Tyler Reddick, he's got Jordan brand on the front of his racing suit.
Jordan, like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Michael Jordan. It's the Dunkin' basketball.
Maybe he's got Jordan diapers too.
But I highly doubt Jordan would want like puffy ass diaper wearing dude.
They don't make. I mean, I'm sure they can make them not puffy, so
Not
they
when
don't
you fill
show.
it up. When you fill it up, it gets puffy.
I bet you they wear some kind of like special
Protection.
underwear for that kind of thing.
And yeah,
just
some
in
of these
case.
guys too, when they win, they do backflips off the car when they're done. That you don't want to see. That could be a spray project.
A brown sprinkler.
Yes.
Looks like the
Brown rainbow.
world's dirtiest hedgehog.
So there's a wild range to these suits. It
Okay.
says anywhere between $500 to $5,000.
Oh, so it's got all right, $5
depending
grand,
on
so that's
brand,
not
size, and design.
I'm guessing the guys that are this level, it's 5G.
Okay, and 5G is actually less than I thought it was. I was waiting to hear like $40,000.
Oh.
Because if it's 40 grand, we're washing that sucker out. And you're riding your brown suit next week, bro. Now I don't know. Like if I was another driver, I'd be furious that they let him ride like this.
Right.
Well, because again, like all it takes is for him to jerk the wheel slightly,
True.
and he's taking everybody out. And like best case scenario, people are eliminated from the race, and it's the playoffs, right? I mean, we're in the middle of the
they're going
playoffs.
for the points,
okay,
yeah.
so you got that. Worst case scenario, somebody gets seriously hurt.
You could get hurt.
All
bad.
because this dude's pooping his pants and
But-
puking at the same time.
But yeah, these guys are all hyper competitive. Think of the money that's on the line. Like they're gonna tough it out.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes, there are training staffs in the NFL, NHL that are there to tell these guys you can't go, like to protect them from themselves and other people.
Yeah, but you're in the heat of the moment. I don't know. And you're at the beck and call, whatever that guy's telling you in the car.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
so,
I guess you're right.
It's different in the NFL. You're coming over to the sidelines all the time.
All right, one more question.
What?
Again, talking about NASCAR driver Tyler Reddick claimed in the audio while he was driving that he was puking and having diarrhea at the same time while racing. You know how valuable sports memorabilia is?
Oh, yeah.
Those driver suits sell for a fortune when they hit the market.
Oh, I bet.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So this would now be a famous moment in NASCAR.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody comes to you, they go, Tommy, listen, they get to Watkins Glen next week. Tommy, I like you.
Oh, fudging at the Glen?
I got this driver suit that Tyler Reddick was wearing, and there's puke on it. There's diarrhea.
Oh, wait, it's still fully loaded.
They never washed it. They're going to give him a new one. You could get $100,000 for this suit, but you have to carry it around for 3 days at Watkins Glen during the race, and you have to drive home with it, windows up, in the passenger seat.
Do I have to wear it around?
Yeah, yes, no, I take
Wait,
it back.
why
Yes.
did you make it worse for
You
yourself?
have to wear the suit for the whole time you were at Watkins Glen. $100,000. Would you do it?
I'd have to do it for $100,000.
You can't wear anything underneath it either.
So I had to go completely naked.
Commando in the suit.
Naked.
Puke, diarrhea. Wear it for 3 days.
I'm in.
And
You
have to do.
buy vintage clothing, and you're willing to do that?
But I don't get $100,000. I'll never have $100,000.
You also
that makes me a millionaire.
You also have to take a yoga class while wearing it.
I do yoga.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
And they're going to straighten tea through the bottom of it.
Probably pass.
Okay. Let's take a break. Speaking of cars, not great story coming from the east side. 3 of the most affluent towns in Rochester were hit by a massive crime wave Sunday night.
Oh.
And look, crime is not good.
Yeah.
And we do everything we can on this show not to victim blame. We go out of our way to make sure we don't do that.
Yeah.
That being said, Kimmy, your first question when you saw the story?
Yeah. Just based on the area.
Exact same question I had.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Because that seemed like a lot.
In what area?
you're right. It's this side of town, if this is the case, that Kimmy...
Because we've seen it before,
It keeps
too.
happening,
Yeah.
Oh.
and yet nobody. We'll get into it. We'll get into it next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's an old saying, Tommy.
What at?
Don't make yourself a victim. And folks use that to justify thousands of dollars in security systems, carrying weapons on them, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
While at the same time, neglecting to make this simple move. And without question, Tommy, these crimes that happened over the weekend are not good. But you have to wonder, with this crime spree we saw, how many of the victims of these crimes did this?
What are they grabbing?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Welcome back to all the kids going back to school today for the first time, right?
Yeah, get out.
All the kids that are going to be in the car with mom and dad having their futures changed drastically from hearing our horrific stories on the air. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, you'd agree that most men are competitive,
Oh, yeah.
right? And that's just with each other. There is one person you never want to lose in front of. Ever, ever, no matter the situation, you do not put yourself in a spot to lose with this person watching.
Okay.
And it's something that Kimmy's husband found out the hard way on Saturday. And we'll get to the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This weird thing happened over the weekend, Tommy. And it's kind of hard to believe. The Monroe County Sheriff's Department says that 10 cars were stolen. 10.
10.
From Penfield, Perrington, and Pittsford.
Man, nice rides, buddy.
The triple Ps, bro.
Yeah.
And they said it happened sometime between Friday night and Saturday morning. Now, here's what's strange about this. Kimmy, I've heard this really smart guy on the radio say for years that this kind of crime doesn't happen on the east side. So there must be some kind of mistake with the Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
It's got to be a typo.
Right?
Well, maybe there's no more cars to steal in the city, so they have to branch out.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah.
But how are they? Are they the same kind of car, or is it?
Doesn't say.
We have no details on what was stolen.
Which makes it a little more interesting.
Okay. And what makes it worse, as of now, there are no arrests. Police say they are looking for surveillance footage to help. I mean, I assume that means ring cams from people in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. This story, 10 cars stolen in Penfield, Perrington, and Pittsford overnight Friday and a Saturday. It's obviously bad for a whole bunch of reasons. Yeah. And you know, Tommy, as a show, we do not like to victim blame.
No, you shouldn't do that.
No. But Kimmy, you had the same thought I did when you saw this story yesterday morning.
Well, just based on the amount of cars in these places, I was wondering if maybe these places were more likely you're more likely to find an unlocked car in these places. So maybe it makes it a little one less step to getting into that car.
2 questions, in fact. 1, Kimmy's question: how many of these cars were locked? And 2, how many of these cars had their keys inside the car?
That too.
I bet you all of them.
Because we've talked to people who say that they do this all the time. They keep their keys, purses, wallets, whatever inside the car.
We get the police reports on a weekly basis, and you see these stories all the time, but it's almost exclusively in Pittsford, Perrington, Penfield, Fairport, Victor.
Arrogant rich people.
But that's just it. It's this weird thing that happens on the east side. Like, not only do folks east of the river leave their cars unlocked, but for an inexplicable reason, they'll put their keys in the glove box in the center console, lying on the front seat.
How about on top of the front tire?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one step short, Tommy, of a big-ass neon sign with an arrow that says, "Steal me."
Well, what did I tell you for years of just from noticing how women shop in like Wegmans and how nonchalant they are about their purse just sitting in a cart.
In the Pittsford Wegmans, yeah.
Open, and they're just halfway down an aisle looking at something or chit-chatting away and not paying attention because you get such a feeling of, like, security there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, how this would never happen here.
Look, I get that, and it's nice that you have that in your town, but to the people that leave their cars unlocked and their keys in the car, I have one simple question.
Yeah.
Why do you do it? Is it to save time in the morning? Like, does it save you that much time?
Right.
Are you worried about, like, losing your keys? Because getting your car stolen, you also lose your keys.
Yes.
They're, like, gone forever. And, like, the argument that about the argument by folks who do this, like you just said, Tommy, is that my neighborhood is safe and I shouldn't have to worry about crime.
Right.
But there's a reason every car comes with a key.
Yeah.
Right? There isn't an option when you go to the dealership to buy the safe neighborhood car that you could start just by pulling a lever.
So, like, most cars, like newer cars, are push button.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which means you have to have the key on you, obviously, to hit the button.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So you just leave the keys there unlocked, and all I got to do is push the button and screw.
People do that, yes.
So either they'll leave the key in the car, or I do know people that'll like hide it in like under the tire
That's what we were
area.
just talking. Yeah, you put it on
But-
top of the tire or something like that.
But
Under
like,
the floor mat.
it's like literally like the first place somebody's gonna check.
And like to Tommy's point, if you have a push to start, you don't even need to know where the key is. If you
Right.
hit start, the car will start,
Right, that's
and you just
my
drive
point.
away.
Like, yeah, so you don't even have to search for it.
Exactly. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. 10 cars were stolen Friday night into Saturday morning.
Nice rides, I hear.
Penfield, Pittsford, and Perrington. The 3 Ps of prosperity. And we have no details about what kind of cars, how they were stolen. But Kimmy's question, I think, is a valid question. How many of these cars were left unlocked and how many had the keys in them? Because we see this happen on the east side over and over and over again. And look, it really sucks these cars got stolen. I'm not trying to say like, wag my finger, right? And you shouldn't have to feel like stuff isn't safe in your own driveway. But the fact that it seems that this story... The only cars that were taken were in one specific spot. It kind of feels like we know what happened.
And I would just think like for your own peace of mind, like you'd want to have your keys on you. You know, like doesn't it feel weird to not have your keys inside with you?
Sure.
So...
And do you? And also, like, is your house key not on there?
Probably.
Like, isn't it weird to keep 2 separate sets of keys
Unless
for
you
that kind
keep
of thing?
one set of keys on your actual key and then you keep a spare key in the car.
I guess.
Now, this is going to sound really rich. But, like, let's say, like, you and your wife drive cars. And let's say both your daughters now are of driving age and have cars.
Okay.
Which I do know there are families where there's 4 cars in that driveway.
Sure, you bitch about them. You only have 2 cars in your driveway.
That's right. So they'll leave the keys in the car to move the cars around when they have to get out because everybody's in the driveway. And sometimes, like, you're 4 deep, right? Or 2 deep, 4
Yeah.
cars.
Yeah.
And you got to jockey those cars around. I know families that keep the key. Now, some of these cars are older cars, you know, but they still.
Oh, wow. What, like a 2016?
They really, I mean, they probably have 6,000-7,000 miles on them.
So they'll keep the car in the car, like, because they feel like it's blocked in.
No,
so
you
nobody...
leave the keys in the car because you got to move that car
Yeah.
out to get that car
Yeah.
out, move that
So
car
that way
back
you can
in.
just jump in, move.
Gotcha,
bang,
Yeah,
bang, bang.
instead of having like the key hook in the house.
You
Okay.
could save a solid 45 seconds instead
Right.
of going inside and grabbing the
But
key
you know
off the
how
hook.
pissed you are when you get outside and you realize, God damn it, I'm blocked in.
Okay.
And I got to go back in and get that key moved back. It's like you're playing musical
Oh,
cars.
sure. I mean, it's frustrating. However, I would argue it's less frustrating than coming outside to see your car being gone.
I got
No,
that,
I don't think you do,
Captain
'cause-
Obvious.
No.
But I'm just saying, as somebody who doesn't like doing things,
Oh, is that hard?
it sucks.
As someone who's like doing things, I'd like to expose the second most expensive thing I own to anyone who'd like to take it for free, please.
But I think some of them people don't care about them cars.
I disagree, because if anyone has anything stolen from them, no matter how valuable it is, they get furious about it.
Well,
and,
they do, yes.
and even if you don't care about the car, you got to go through insurance claims and all that stuff. And if they find the car, I mean, it's a pain in the
Plus all
ass.
that fine art you had in the trunk.
Anybody that has had a car stolen over the last couple of years will tell you that
Yeah.
paperwork after is the worst part. It's the worst part, dealing with insurance and the cops trying to find the car and if it gets found and taking reports and all this stuff. So, yeah, you're saving 45 seconds of frustration, exposing yourself to potentially weeks of a headache.
I know, but it's arrogance. They're rich. They don't care till it happens to you.
Okay. No, but that's just it. You do care because, look, a guy like you're arguing for this stuff. You spend a ton of money on your security system.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So why have that if you're going to leave your keys in the car?
Well, you know me. My car's in the garage, shut down. I'm
Okay.
like Jimmy. Baby. Locked up.
But I know there are people who, if the keys were in the car unlocked, their Ring camera caught all of it. Why pay for the Ring camera? Why pay for the surveillance stuff if you're going to leave your second most expensive thing outside of your house exposed for anyone to take?
But I want to know when my Amazon package got there.
I mean, that's fine, right? But you know that the people are like, we're going to get the Ring camera, and if anything bad happens, we're going to catch the criminal. We're going to give it to the cops. And we're gonna... Now, listen, all that being said, we're just speculating about the keys being in the car. There could be other explanations. All of these cars could have been Kias or Hyundais, right? I mean, that seems like a lot at the same time.
But
if
it
it's
had to be
possible.
older model.
Yes, but I mean, I guess it's not a... Why'd you say it like that?
Because it's a very affluent town. I can't imagine owning an older model Kia.
It's weird because every time I say Penfield, Pittsford, Perrington are affluent towns, you say, no, there are working class people in those towns too.
They hustle.
Working class people working at the Fabergé egg factory.
I don't see older Kia town when I hear Pittsford.
There are older Kias in Pittsford, Perrington, and Penfield.
Really, bro. That first, you can't park them on the city streets.
No?
No, not allowed.
What's the rule when it comes to...
You got to be driving a 2001 or newer.
2001 is almost 25 years old.
Oh, yeah. 2021. That number.
Tommy Muley, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not good at math.
It's not math. It's just common sense.
Or calendars.
The other potential thing, these cars could have been hot-wired, like broken into and hot-wired.
Wait, can you
Well,
hotwire
that's why
the
it would be
push-button
interesting
ones?
to know
don't
what
know.
kind of cars were stolen.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
But so that's a good question. I don't know if you can hotwire the push-button ones, and we don't really see the hot wiring store anymore. Which, if we're going to use logic here, knowing nothing, it would lead us to believe that car companies have stopped that from being a thing.
You're right.
Right? And here's the other thing about the hot wiring. If you have the ability to take these Kias and Hyundais, at random, if you want to, why would you waste your time with other cars doing that stuff?
True.
You know what I mean? It's just more time, more potential for you to get caught.
And nobody heard anything?
Nobody's been
Think
caught.
about that. 10 cars, nobody caught anything.
Oh, you're saying it's an inside east side job?
No, I'm just thinking, man, you got a dog, I got a dog, you got a dog.
Yeah.
Somebody gets near our house, even in the middle of the night, our dogs flip out.
Yeah, but I'm now also at the point where if my dog starts flipping out at 2 in the morning, I go,
Oh,
shut up! It's a squirrel. Shut up! There's a guy coming in to
Ooh,
murder
headlights.
us.
Yeah.
Stop telling a guy he's going to murder us to go away. I think the strangest part of this story.
How easy it is to steal cars.
Well, okay, depending on how they were stolen. Yeah, but this makes this story unique compared to other recent car theft tales.
What's that?
There are no reports of any of the vehicles being recovered yet, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, most of the time when these cars get stolen, they're used for joyriding, and then when the kids find another one, they leave that first one behind.
Right.
That doesn't seem to be the case.
So
here.
this sounds like it's professional.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying, you idiot.
But,
Why do you immediately jump to the most
well, because
ridiculous?
if it ain't kids, it's pros.
Are these nicer cars, so maybe the kids want to keep them longer? I mean, but does having a nice car really matter if you're just joyriding around in it, right? Like, if you'd think if these kids were stealing
They
cars,
pop up. They show up somewhere. They run out of gas. They crash them.
Exactly.
Something happens.
And you would also think it would be more suspicious to see a teenager driving a nicer car down the street. Like if these were Mercedes or Acuras or BMWs or whatever, right? Like, kids drive Kias. They're an economy car.
Right. If I see an Audi going down the street 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and there's a kid in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Although I will admit, my East Side bias has come out in this conversation.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, there's nothing that says these are high-end cars. I'm just assuming because it's Pittsford, Parrington, Penfield. You're doing the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I see a lot of sweet rides on that side of town.
Yeah, but there's also average rides. I mean,
Yeah, there are. Oh, yeah. Average people, too.
No, there are the millionaires next door you love to talk about.
Yeah, they drive. Yeah, they drive regular.
Yeah, right. You bought a house in Pittsford, Parrington, Penfield 30 years ago when it was affordable.
Right.
Right. You drive a regular car. And
You're frugal. You're chintz.
Exactly.
I mean, even your license plate says King Chintz.
No, you wouldn't do that. It costs too much money for the personalized license plate. I mean, look, I know it feels like these people lost today. Like when you have something stolen, it feels
You're
like a
pissed.
loss. Yes, I get it. I understand.
Been violated.
Especially when you're a competitive person, because Tommy, all men are competitive.
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, though, when you're competing against somebody else, you're going to lose. And you got to learn how to lose sometimes.
Yeah.
That being said, there is one person as a man you never, ever, ever want to take a loss in front of.
Oh.
And that is something that Kimmy's husband found out the hard way over the weekend. Because the fact that he agreed to this after seeing the
peer pressure.
But the other dude, there was no way he was winning this, Kimmy.
No, but I will tell you why he initially agreed to it, and it was like a bait and switch.
There is nothing.
Oh, like your wedding.
We'll tell
Fell for it again.
We'll tell you the story next in the break room on CMF. We all want to look cool, tough, badass in front of our wives or our girlfriends.
In control.
Yeah. And we all have little ways we think we do that. We also avoid things we know will be embarrassing when we are in front of the women we love.
All right.
It's something Kimmy's husband must not have considered over the weekend, because it's hard to imagine most men attempting this in front of their ladies, knowing there was a pretty good chance for massive embarrassment. Ooh. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. It is the first day of school this week.
Good.
Here in the greater Rochester area. Just after 7:25, 7:30. You dreaded going back to school every year.
Oh, God.
I dreaded going back to school every year. Kimmy, I don't know. She's a nerd. Big-ass West Virginia nerd kid. Turns out that kids don't dread it. At least according to the information.
Well, you said your kids love it.
Yeah, you weren't excited to like see your friend. I mean, it wore off quickly, but like I feel like initially like I was excited.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Kimmy had herself a rough weekend.
What happened?
Well, you went out to West Virginia for the home opener.
We did.
Okay. So while Kimmy was at West Virginia during the game, there was a tornado that went through town.
It was like a giant storm that rolled through.
So that caused the game to be delayed for a couple hours. Yeah. West Virginia got the doors blown off them by Penn State.
Wasn't great.
Super embarrassing loss. But it turns out that loss wasn't the most embarrassing in that parking lot that day.
What's left?
Well, Kimmy, your husband went with you.
Yes, he did.
And you put up a video. You monster!
I was the only one.
Something your husband attempted to do.
Yeah, so there were these two giant dudes walking around like all the tailgate lots with like what looked like this mini folding table. So they come up to like we're tailgating with like a group of people, and they come up, and I guess I didn't hear the pitch, but I guess that they were having like arm wrestling competitions at each tailgate, like trying to find somebody to beat one of these guys in arm wrestling.
Red Bull challenge or something.
Apparently, they're like from like this regional arm wrestling team, and they're trying to recruit guys to join their team.
Now, let me just pause the story because I watched this video that was put up on social media. I saw it multiple times over the weekend. These guys are monsters.
They're giant humans,
and they're West Virginia monsters.
They're mountain.
Bro, they are monster mountain men.
Yeah.
All right. So that being said.
So they set up the table. My husband sees this, and he hides behind this sign that's hanging in like our just shady area.
Now here's the thing, which is surprising because if you are watching the live stream right now on YouTube or Twitch or Odyssey, the WCMF website, you can see over my shoulder here as I use my pen, Kimmy's shirtless firefighter husband. He's a beefy boy.
Oh yeah,
he's a big old beefy boy.
Yeah, you could put him on one of those fitness magazines.
Calm down over there.
You'd buy one.
I have his calendar hanging over my shoulder. Of course I'd buy one.
But my husband, like knowing he's probably one of the bigger dudes at our tailgate, like he's going to get roped into doing this. So luckily, there are a couple guys that step up before him. They want to try it. Right. And I mean, some of them are like stronger guys, but they don't stand a chance. So my husband is sitting there watching, and all the girls are like, after they watch the first two guys fail, they go up to my husband like, you got to do it. You got to do it. So he's feeling the pressure. He can't hide anymore. So he gets roped into doing this. But he goes, well, at least these other two strong dudes probably wore this guy out a little bit. So maybe I have a chance.
All right, good strategy.
Okay, yeah.
Nope.
Wow.
Because what do? They switch guys.
Oh, the
so he's getting
fresh arm.
Bait and switch.
So he's getting the fresh arm here when he steps up to the plate.
That's one of them mountain arms. Killed a bear when I was only 3.
So it was funny because my husband gets up to the table and they're telling him, hey, like, don't go like this with your arm. You'll hurt yourself. Keep your hip on the table, blah, blah, blah. They're reading him all the rules.
So there's like a science to it, right?
Yeah.
More than just strength.
Leverage.
Right.
Yeah.
You always got to have leverage, Pat.
So on top of that, they actually strap my husband's hand to this guy's hand, which they didn't do for the other guys.
So you don't slip out.
Yeah. So my husband is now locked in. And I can't even tell if they started yet or not because they're both just locked in.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like nobody, the arms aren't swaying either way. They're just right in the middle. And the other guy's not even breaking a sweat.
Ew.
But I could tell my husband at this point is he's trying. He's sweating. He was already sweating because it's like 95 degrees. But on top of that, now he's really starting to turn red, giving it an effort. but he failed in the end. He lost.
How bad?
Like
click, like boom.
I mean, again,
The guy was toying with him. I saw the video.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how hard this other guy was trying, but it went on for a little while before he finally gave in.
So in front of his wife,
Yes.
Yeah.
he was dominated by
Oh, he had a crowd.
another. Yeah, it was bad. It was really, but like the crowd doesn't matter. He's never going to see most of those people ever again. It's the fact that it happened in front of you is where
I
this
don't
discussion
care.
starts. You say you don't care. You say you don't care, but here's the thing. You never.
I was just glad he didn't hurt himself. In all
That's
honesty,
even more of a kick in the scrote that you just said that out loud. Tommy, you never want to be embarrassed in front of the lady in your life.
No.
And that's why I'm so surprised that your husband even tried this. Like, I would be making up every excuse.
He didn't want to.
My
I told
elbow's
you.
shot, my shoulder's blown out.
He was hiding behind a sign. I'm not kidding.
What sign's
you.
big enough to hide
Yeah,
him?
no
Not
kidding.
any
That's a
sign.
billboard.
Look at the beef.
Yeah.
Look, the risk of looking like less of a man in front of her, his wife. In this
Especially when
situation-
you're known for something.
Thank
That's
you.
even worse. Like, because you're always like the big muscular guy of the group. You're like the strongest guy of the group.
Yes.
It reminds me of like your wife has come to see you do comedy shows, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's the worst. And like, if I am a stand-up comedian, and I'm going to go up here and eat a wheel of cheese in front of you for 10 minutes, it's going to be embarrassing.
That was actually Tommy's closer.
Yes, it was that big wheel of cheese, and I made her carry it up to the stage with me. Like, it's so embarrassing, especially if it's something you're known for.
Yeah. No, I understand that the comedy thing is a weird relate, but I agree
But
with
it's
you
like
there.
that's what, but that like he's like known as big strong dude.
Sure. I'll go a step further. I feel like the biggest fear for most men, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, is being physically embarrassed in front of their lady. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
Like, we as men will go out of our way to not do stuff we know could make us look like pansies. It's so bad.
A weakling.
Yes. I can tell you the last time it happened to me. It's vividly burned into my skull. We went to the Renaissance Festival right before COVID.
Yeah.
So this was like 5 years ago. And they got one of those, you take the mallet and you hit the thing and the
Yeah.
bell goes up to the bing, right?
Right.
And like, it's a Renaissance Festival, so it's a bunch of like skinny ass,
Yeah.
Right? I mean, not a lot of beefy dudes at the Renaissance
And it kind of tells you like what level you're at, right?
Yeah.
Weakling, scumbag.
And you're probably watching other people do it.
I'm watching
like,
these,
I
like-
got this guy, no problem.
Yes, I'm watching these nerdy ass,
Yeah.
Renaissance Festival dudes do it. So I'm like, all right, I'm talking mad junk, right? And I only did it to impress my wife.
Yeah.
And I did not even come close to that bell. And I could see the look of disappointment on my wife's
You
face.
didn't hit Tarzan?
Bro, I knew it was bad because she didn't even laugh at me.
Oh.
She did like mom encouragement. She's like, that's a good try.
Which what Kimmy did. I just don't want you to get hurt,
Yeah.
honey.
That hurts way more. Like, I would have preferred my wife to laugh in my face instead of being like, that's a long way up there. Good try. And then I spent the rest of the day at the Renaissance Festival trying to do other manly stuff.
Yeah.
But it was like a spiral. Like, it just kept getting
Yeah.
worse. Like, it was in my head.
Yeah.
I was a soft boy all day that day. And I'll never
Hey,
forget.
ye old soft boy. Yeah, once the wind sucked out of your sails, you're done.
It's over.
Yeah.
252-WCMF with Kimmy's husband being embarrassed in an arm wrestling contest in the parking lot at the West Virginia football game in front of his wife. Kimmy, do things like this matter to wives and girlfriends? And we need honesty here.
I mean, no, not to me. Like stuff like that, no.
You didn't feel shame watching your husband be dominated by another man in an arm wrestling contest?
No. I mean, no. If it was something, here's the thing. If it was something that he went in confident with, like he sought this out,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? And was like, oh, I got this guy, no problem. But the fact that like he didn't want to do it, it wasn't I feel like it's not as embarrassing.
Okay, but like it didn't change your belief of what he was capable of down the road. Because I mean, there has to be comfort being with a man that is big and strong and protectory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Tommy, you right? You would know. That's why you hang out with me all the time.
Mr. I can't even hit the goddamn bell.
You didn't see it. If I didn't tell you that story, you wouldn't know.
It may be more embarrassing to your point if it is something that you're doing for your kids. Like I would imagine guys get embarrassed all the time at like those carnival games because it seems like something every dad should be good at or every dad thinks he's going to be good at. And not only can you not do it, but you're spending money to not do it. And you'll just keep throwing money at it until you get it right.
That's a pain every father's going through.
Well, I was thinking of like your dad.
Yeah.
Who's
Oh, yeah. Well, because
super
he
athletic
thought.
and super competitive.
And he thought he was really good. I mean, he was good at basketball,
Right.
but like those games, they're not easy. It's not
They're
like
designed
shooting
to
over.
lose.
So that was always the game that he paid to play, and he would just keep paying until he won like at least the minimum prize.
This is why women think we're so goddamn stupid. I would think like beyond everything else, they're just laughing at us.
But I'm doing it for you.
But they're laughing.
But I'm
They
doing
don't
it
care.
for you. I know you don't care, but I have to try and like prove my worth.
Well, you're
some
doing
way.
it. I would think it'd be more embarrassing if you were doing it in front of your kids.
No,
Because every kid thinks their dad's hero and can do anything.
Sure, but I'm already like a joke to my kids. Maybe
Well,
they're at the
now.
age, yes. But like,
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be a joke to my wife. Like, I can tolerate my 14-year-old laughing
You want her
at me.
to find you desirable.
But
Yes.
your wife, but
Yes.
do you think like hitting that, the top of that thing and making the bell go off? Do you think like your wife? Would that have impressed your wife, or would she have said, "Oh, that's cool"?
No, I think it would have impressed her. Now, she wouldn't have admitted she was disappointed
Okay.
in my
Yeah.
lack of manliness there. But come on, like,
But I think it gets more in your head than her
Yeah.
head. Like, because you.
She'll just be like, "Oh, that was fun. You could try again."
Right, but like you, like I said, like it kind of like takes something out of you.
yeah, it did.
Like it's a little bit of a boner killer.
Yeah, my boner was gone.
Right,
My
not
Renaissance
completely
boner
gone,
was
but
gone.
it's not like a really good boner.
Well, no, okay, but I think it goes.
Soft rail boy.
I think it goes the other way too, because Kimmy, you're right. You're saying you're not disappointed your husband losing this arm
No.
wrestling competition, but you have to admit, had he won, you would have been really impressed.
Yeah. I mean, you beat two guys that apparently this is their thing.
But
you
it wouldn't
know?
have made a difference, right?
No.
The overall weekend.
No, I still
it wasn't
see
going to be some wild romantic thing because
No.
he tore it up.
No.
You sure? How do you know? How do
I
you
don't-
know
I
you
don't
wouldn't have been
think, like-
unbelievably sexually aroused by his forearm power?
No.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy's husband was embarrassingly beat by a man in an arm wrestling competition in the parking
Wearing a
lot
Hawaiian shirt on top of that.
of a West Virginia football game.
But at least it was dudes that were bigger than he was.
Oh, yeah, these dudes were huge.
What's worse, if he was one of these wiry guys.
You're
that's
right.
that
You know what?
is incredibly strong. Like my father-in-law was like that, like wiry, thin Sicilian guy who just had like this incredible like strength.
Sure.
Like if that guy beat you weighing 160 pounds soaking wet, now you're really embarrassed.
And you would have walked in talking junk on that one too, right?
Yeah.
Like, of course
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
yeah,
oh,
he's a
no.
weasel. Yeah.
Well, I guess there are then two kinds of men in this world.
Yeah.
There are men who avoid all things that can be embarrassing in front of their ladies. Like, for example, Tommy, you and I are not handy people.
No.
We are well aware what will happen if we attempt to fix or improve anything around the house. So we will call someone to do it, not only to save money,
Yes.
but to avoid the embarrassment. But there are also other types of men. Guys who will throw themselves full bore into things they know nothing about
Right.
to do it themselves. And sometimes it works out and they're a hero.
Yeah.
Most times, you fall on your face and you look like an idiot.
All right.
Which guy gets more respect from their ladies? Is it the guy that avoids the embarrassment, or is it the man that puts in the effort even though he could fail in front of them? Thoughts, Kimmy?
I think the second one.
That guy gets more respect? You
More respect? I
Yeah.
thought you said which is more embarrassing.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. So you would respect your husband more for saying, let's just call a repairman instead of like taking on some project that he knows he can't do by
Yes.
himself.
Yeah. Yeah. Know your limits.
Are we sure Kimmy is every woman?
I'm pretty sure we figured that one out.
Don't you think like most people would say like let's call the it's the pride that keeps you from calling the expert?
Yeah.
I mean, I reached for
Like-
the phone first.
No, I mean, but
Yeah.
that's because the pride may, no, in my case, the
But
pride
but
makes
it's
me
more,
call
but I
the
guess
expert,
that's
yes.
your pride makes you call
Yeah,
the
because I
expert.
know that I'm gonna like make an ass out of
I'm
myself.
not gonna
I'm
be here
saying I
all
think
day
most
doing
guys
this.
I think most guys won't call the expert because they think like that seems easy enough. I could do it myself. Where
Okay.
I'm guessing most of the time your wife or girlfriend's like, no, let's not screw this up. Let's call the expert.
No, because I know if I try and do it myself, like my wife's gonna be over my shoulder, and like it's embarrassing enough to screw it up on your own. It's even more embarrassing when your wife or girlfriend is over your shoulder saying, you should do it this way.
And they're going to point out where it looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
This looks terrible. You need to fix that. Well, no, this is the best I can do.
Which, by the way, that might be the most emasculating
Yeah.
sentence on the planet. This is the best I can do.
This is all I got.
Yes, you are not satisfied. You are not proud of me, but this is the best I can do.
So I was with people this weekend, big do-it-yourselfer guy, but he's
Okay.
got the skills for it, right? And my wife was talking about we just had to get our shower fixed. And he said to me, well, he goes, how long did it take you? Like he just assumed I did
Yeah.
it. And I said it didn't take me any time at all because I just called two dudes up and got it done. And he was like, well, that's a lot of money. I go, I would have had to call these guys eventually.
Yeah, you would have
anyway.
spent more money had you attempted it and made it worse.
I learned from my first house the amount of like equipment that I bought, half-assedly used it once, and then it just sat there.
Yeah, but I do kind of hate guys like you're describing. Like, well, you didn't have to go in with how did you do it yourself? Because now I have to like expose my tiny penis to you.
You know what's even worse?
What's that?
When they give you this one, you should have called me.
Yeah.
And that's such a lie. Because
Nobody wants to drop what they're doing.
hey, Carl,
Yeah.
remember you said the thing about the toilet? It's to the top, bro. Need you over here. You got a plunger?
It feels like, to wrap this whole conversation up, right? The smarter thing to do is to avoid embarrassment in front of your lady, only because embarrassment will eventually come on its own.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to seek it out. You're going to say the wrong thing,
Sure.
right? You are going to mess up stuff that
You're
you're normally
human.
good at. Yes, it happens. It happens. So why would you put yourself in there and add to the losses you're taking in front of your woman? You don't want those to keep adding up.
No, you don't.
Right? Like, I mean, every once in a while, like, there's a reason why most college football games this weekend was a powerhouse versus school you never heard of before. You have an opportunity to rack up wins in an easy situation. Do it, gentlemen.
Yes.
Do it. Schedule like Ohio State does.
Who'd they play?
Smoked Akron.
What?
Well, yeah, they played, week 1.
It's usually how it goes.
Yeah. Except for West Virginia.
Nope.
Who got the pants beat off them,
Yeah.
along with Kimmy's husband in the
Times.
parking lot. And again, I can't believe you posted the video of your husband getting
Somebody
dominated.
else did, and he reposted it.
And it's not even his school. Like, he didn't go to your stupid
yes,
school.
look, he-
On top of that, like, it's your trip.
Yeah.
Tommy, he went out of his way. He goes on the trip. He puts on a West Virginia shirt and hat. He's there to support his wife. And what
Right.
does she do? Hey, look at how weak my husband is.
I didn't
Stupid.
show the end.
Let's take a break.
All right.
First day back to school for a segment of kids here in the greater Rochester area. It's back to school week,
Oh, yeah.
Tom.
This is it, right?
And, when we were kids, this day was not a fun day for us.
Oh, God.
I love like this one over here, too.
Oh, you guys didn't like to go back to your rent?
I don't get
What?
it. but-
You didn't like to go back to your
I used to hate those
Oh.
kids, too.
Still hate
Well, you
this.
didn't have friends.
You weren't there.
I'm just going off of what you tell me.
Tommy DeMasi and I were tight.
A couple pair of Tommies. It turns out that maybe kids are different these days because the overwhelming majority of kids, it seems, are excited for today.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Get the hell out!
What happened?
Today starts back to school week across the greater Rochester area.
Oh, yeah.
And the excitement of the parents is equaled only by the disappointment of the children. Or at least that's what we thought. Because it turns out, Tommy, our kids are way more excited to go to school, back to school, than maybe you or I assumed.
Okay.
Or at least that's what they out here saying. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You can hear our voices this morning if you're on your way into work, taking the kids back to school for the first time.
Great.
You can also see Tommy's sexy face.
I didn't bring it today.
No.
Yeah.
No. Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. I was there Friday night. What a party, man. I love that place. I love Three Heads.
I know. It's like your new place, your new joint.
If I didn't live in West Henrietta, I would be there every single night.
Wow.
And my wife would leave me. So good thing that I am far away.
Yeah.
But it's a good time. Go see our good buddies over at Three Heads Brewing over there on Atlantic. Fun fact. With today being the first day of schools in Rochester, almost 8 in 10 kids nationwide say they are excited to go back to school after summer vacation.
That's awesome.
Almost 8 in 10
I mean,
kids.
that's what you want. That's the goal, right? Enthusiasm for education.
You believe him, Tommy?
I think so. Because school looks, I mean, school was way different when I went to school.
Yeah, man. No, it must be really hard for you going to your private schools in different states.
Bro, they could rough you up.
Yeah, rough you up.
And they were mean. Like, it wasn't like kind, gentle, happy. I don't think any of my educators were happy people.
Okay.
They were bitter. They were chain smokers, and I'm questioning their alcoholism.
Yeah, but like, would you have been a happy person if you had to deal with you as a kid?
Yeah,
all
I mean, a
day?
bunch of yous, right? Based on where you went to school.
It was the generation of youth. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it was use meets this alcoholic. But to your point, I think school looks way more sensitive.
Sensitive. Okay,
Like
you put it in the most old man way possible. Not better or more fun. You're more sensitive.
No, but I think they're sensitive to what a kid actually. I will say this: like, I bet you your kids' teachers understand your kids.
Oh,
like my teachers were like my versions of my parents.
okay.
You sit down, you be quiet, you learn. You want to work. You want to be controlled by the Nazis. You want to be a communist. You do your homework. You get the electric chair.
No, I get what you're saying, and that's a good point.
I mean, it was just like that stern, shaming, beat it into you.
Okay.
And I love the guys that tell you like it's charming. That was great. They used to beat the crap out of you if you didn't know math.
Those are also the same guys that said they also hated going back to
Yes,
school, right?
and they had a tooth knocked out.
So with almost 8 in 10 kids nationwide saying they are excited to go back to school after summer vacation, there are 3 potential reasons this is the case. One, the kids actually like school, like you said.
Yeah.
And summer
They
break
tweaked school.
And summer break gives those kids a chance to appreciate how much they like school. 2, they want to go back just for social reasons, right? The friends, the sports, the activities. Or 3, being out of school all summer makes you forget the things you don't like about it, and you're only focusing on the exciting parts to get back.
All right.
252-WCMF, which one is it? And did you like going back to school as a kid? So for you, it was no.
No.
For me, it was no.
I have nightmares to this day that I have to go to school.
Seriously?
Oh, you don't get this once in a while?
My nightmares are I have a test that I didn't know about or I'm naked, but not actually going to school.
All right, I have my britches on the whole time.
You don't have naked school dreams still?
Naked
No, I've never had a naked. I've had naked dreams, but usually there's a girl involved.
No, to this day, like I'll be at school, and I'll be an adult, I'll look down and I'm naked, and I'm like,
and like you're trying to cover up, but you can't.
Nobody knows that I'm naked at that point. I'm like, all I got to do is cover my balls, and I'm gonna be fine, and that'll be the whole dream is me trying to make sure people don't know I'm naked.
I've never had that.
No, I've had those dreams before,
You're
but
naked
you
at
don't know
school?
why. Not at school.
Yeah, but nobody
like,
noticed.
But like you're wondering like where did my clothes go? Like why don't I have clothes? And you can't find clothes for some reason.
So getting off the weird dreams,
Yeah.
Kimmy, you said you were excited to go back to school. As
I
a
think
kid.
I want to say like up until like maybe like high school. I remember as a little kid being really excited to go see my friends again, and like being on the bus, seeing who was on your bus route,
But you
seeing
didn't
who
have
was in
that in
your
high school?
class. Maybe I did, not as much as I did as like a kid and like seeing your teacher and stuff.
Man, it was like a funeral for me.
God, I used to always remember. I used to tell you like you see a kid like the teacher was out sick, and they would be like, "Yeah, I'm really worried about the teacher." I'm like, "Really, man?
I didn't want them to be hurt.
I didn't care, man."
No, like that first day of school, the freedom of summer was gone. And I have vivid memories of every year, the last day of summer vacation, the pit that I had in my stomach because it was time to go back to real life. It was all over, right? Because you remember those endless summers? Like, it wasn't even in your head as a kid that this could stop. And then all of a sudden, one day, it was like the train has hit a wall and you're going back to school. I hated it.
And the next thing, the only thing you could look forward to next was Christmas. But that seemed like decades away from the beginning of the school year.
It was at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, time moves slow. We're old now, right? Is school more fun now? So you think it's not that it's more fun, that they're more sensitive to kids' needs?
I think they've tweaked school.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They've made it better. I mean, like, Jesus Christ, I've been doing this for 200 years. Hope you're doing something better.
It could also be only the nerd kids like going back. Because, like, my youngest is super excited to go back tomorrow. Is their first day. She's a giant nerd. Big old nerd.
Well, like when I see like they're gonna show like the news today, they're all out at the schools, right?
Yeah.
They're like the first day of school.
Yeah.
They're all out there cheering and the principals high fiving and everybody. They're doing little silly dances and stuff. I mean, ours was like D-Day for Christ's sakes, going into school.
You got kids throwing up in the back of the bus.
You lost a couple of guys just getting off the bus. Kid looking for his arm.
God.
It was like that scene in like Private.
Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, it was like that. My mind was like my life.
There were kids listening going back to school.
Nah, not you kids. You prove us wrong. But no, it was sucked.
But
and like some of those private schools, like they were just horrible. And they were chintzy.
Well, like when you went off to school, like there was no. I mean, you were more isolated, I think, than most kids going back to school.
Well, yeah, because
right?
you were shipped into another state to live there.
Yeah, so we lived in West Palm Beach, Florida. I went to military school for 2 years in Atlanta. That's over 600 miles away. So mine required a flight.
Yeah.
Like my parents took me down to the airport with my little luggage and stuff. Off you go, son.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. With this being the first day of the first days of school this week here in the greater Rochester area, new study says almost 8 in 10 kids nationwide said they are excited to go back to school after summer vacation. I mean, if it is more enjoyable, that explains the 8 and 10.
Yeah.
What does that say, to parents if your kids are excited to go back to school about how their summer vacation was with you?
True.
Right? Are you offended if your kid is excited to go back to school? Like, I'm sick of seeing your face. Get me out of this house.
I would imagine you're just happy as a parent that your kid likes school.
Well, no, I mean, but what if they don't? I mean, there's liking school.
Well, there's being excited to go back initially, and then that wears off really quick when you're like, oh, yeah, I got to do school again.
But, like, your wife never tells your children, you never tell your children, like, what a burden it is to have you around for the summer.
Oh, I started doing that this summer.
Okay, because my parents would do that all the time. What it costs, you suck. I can't wait for you to leave the house and go back to school. Like, they were just telling you how much you're not welcome here all summer.
No, the older my kids get, the more I understand that. The more I get why you would look at a kid in the face and tell them that. I told you, we went to New York. My daughter had this opportunity to go play at the U.S. Open. It was completely random. They won this contest. Okay, we go. 3 days in New York City, flight down, flight back, this unbelievable once-in-a-lifetime experience. We get back the next day. When are we going to do something fun? Get out of my face.
I am surprised kids are more excited to go back to school now, only because I remember part of the excitement of going back to school was to see other kids that you hadn't seen all summer, see how people changed and, what they were up to. Whereas now I feel like your kid, because of social media and stuff, like they already know all that information. Like it's like they've been keeping up with their friends all summer.
Yeah,
they don't have that element of surprise, I guess.
No, you're right. I mean, my daughters have both been having FaceTime conversations with all their friends all summer.
Like there were kids that you didn't see for like 2 to 3 months, And
I'll go even further than that. We talk about the old school tactics of school when we were kids, but I think you can argue there's a lot more pressure on kids today at school than there were on us.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
As far as...
Well, kids are much more aware of how their grades and actions affect their future compared to us. Because, like, it didn't hit me until, like, 2 weeks before graduation. I was like, wait a minute, I was supposed to do good.
Yeah, I never put it all together.
You just think, that's so far in the future, I'll figure it out later.
I can't even get into St. Bonaventure. You were saying, I'm sorry.
Do they still do, like, all the kids had to get, like, that back-to-school haircut?
My daughters have never had a haircut.
So, what?
My daughters have never had a haircut.
Wait, their hair is...
I can't wait to hear what questions you have after this.
How long is their hair?
Well, they have black girl hair.
Yeah, but it still grows.
Yeah, but
I've seen the Jackson 5, man. It wasn't subtle. Sometimes Michael would stick to Tito.
Like, if they take a shower and they condition it, it's down, like, past, like, where your butt would be.
Oh, really? So
But,
it's like Crystal Gale. Well, I know you don't know who that is, but she had some nice hair.
Nobody knows who that is. Even Crystal Gale was like, what is he talking
I
about?
think she passed away.
Yeah, that's why she said that.
Choked on her own hair.
Shut up. But anyway, go on.
No, but like I can remember, like I had to go get for military school. I had to go down to the barber. No, actually, my mother did this, but then sometimes she screwed up. My mother's the only person that could screw up a crew cut. Like she would put steps in it, and I had to go back down. But I had to get a crew cut before I went back to military school.
Okay.
So you had to, though.
You had to report. They gave you a chart of what you're supposed to look like, all the stuff you had to have.
Yeah.
It was like going into like kid army, and I had to get the it's shaved down, man. The butch wax and everything like that, where it stands up in the front. I look like an Italian beaver. Get on the plane to go to military school.
Well, I could see why school wasn't so exciting for you then.
Yeah, it was run by a bunch of military.
Yeah, because you didn't get to part of it too is you get to show off your new like shoes, your new school wardrobe.
No, everything's the same.
So we got more theories coming in with this knowledge. We have almost 8 in 10 kids today are excited to go back to school with the first days of school coming today in Rochester. Andrew writes us, is this generation excited to go back because they lost a year and a half with their friends due to COVID? That's an interesting theory.
But it's been a while, though, isn't
No,
it?
but they did go through it. I mean, depending on what age they were, how well they remember it, it could be one of those things that I guess you don't take it for granted anymore.
Okay.
I mean, my daughter they both have vivid memories. They were in 3rd and 5th grade. And you're right. Like, they weren't around their friends for that amount of time.
But I appreciate it.
It's an interesting theory. I mean,
think of that.
I mean, think about it, right? Like, the only thing worse than going to school would be having to do school with your parents watching you.
Yeah, I can imagine being homeschooled.
Gugh.
Yeah.
All right, it's funny too. We were talking about when that whole lockdown thing and COVID stuff was happening, what the long term effects would be, because like the depression, your parents were cheap forever and ever.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe kids these days are more excited to get together for things because they lost all that time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys experience this as as boys, but I remember like as a girl, you were also excited to see if any like your crushes were in your class because you didn't know that going in.
Yeah, I didn't really have that.
But like you didn't have like a girl that you had a crush on, like even if she wasn't into you, still like you didn't look forward to like maybe her being in your class.
You want pain? You want a young Pat Duffy Payne story?
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, look, you guys know that my dad wouldn't spend money on back to school clothes.
Yeah.
It was thrift store. It was these clothes are on sale, they don't fit, but you're gonna suck your gut and you're gonna wear them. So like everybody on the first day of school always like look good, right? It's like
everybody's looking sharp.
But I knew that I didn't, and like here's that girl I have a crush on, and my dad made me buy pants from Structure that were 2 inches too small, and my gut, I look like a muffin. I'm just pouring out of this damn thing. I can't breathe. I'm literally turning
How'd you
blue.
button those goddamn things?
Very carefully.
Two-man job.
No, I mean, I do remember points where, like, as the year went on, as my gut got bigger, I would just put the belt over the button and not button the pants. But the thighs were an issue.
I mean,
a lot of friction down there.
But like the chicks that you were into, they might have nothing to do with it.
No, I know,
but
and I'm not. But it probably went that way as a little girl too. Like boys at that age weren't interested in girls anyways, but you still got excited if they were in your class.
So I can remember like the first I told you we had that science teacher. She was really good looking. She drove a Corvette, mini skirts. Like she fit the mold of what a boy thinks a woman is supposed to be like on television.
Yes.
So all the guys I knew, like that's who they fantasized over this science teacher. Like every boy in that class.
How old were you?
I'm gonna say I was 15.
Okay, that's
14
That's
maybe.
perfect.
Yeah,
14. I mean,
I
everything
thought you
was
were gonna
working.
say like 10.
No, but I mean, like she was like gorgeous, and like the girls, who cares? This is like having like a Playboy model like teaching you things.
Does having a hot teacher bother young girls?
It has to.
I guess you never thought of it as
It's got to suck the energy out of the room.
I think
man.
as a girl in your early teens, all the teachers just seemed old, even though
yeah,
they
but there
weren't.
are teachers that are good looking.
No, I know, but they still seemed old. Like even if they were good looking, they still seemed old to me, even though they could have been in like their early 20s for all I know.
You also may be looking at it with hormonal eyes, because I will say this: there were teachers that I had crushes on when I was in school, And it's when everything was like mixing down there.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? And then I go back and look at pictures of them as an adult, and I was like, oh, man, I was just whatever. Any port in a storm at that point when I was a kid.
But you can't control what hits you.
No, I'm with you.
You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I would just love to see if you could see that woman's picture again. If you'd look at her and be like, yep, or you go, oh.
I don't know. Because maybe she looks like I'm still thinking, I'm probably thinking she's going to be good looking. Because this is terrible. I still remember what her perfume smells like.
What a creep you are.
Wow.
You creep. I would not. You don't have to say everything that comes in.
No,
your
but
head.
I'm saying like I'm a little boy.
So, like, if you smelled it, you could identify it.
Yeah, it's Tout Moi.
Wait, you know the name of the perfume? How do you know that? Did you ask her what her
Once in a while, she was a science teacher. I did my research.
Oh, my, that's creepy. That might be the creepiest thing you've ever
You
said.
didn't take anything away from school educationally, but you remember the exact perfume your science teacher wore.
She was hot. She wore mini skirts and like those like go-go boots, and she drove a Corvette, and she smelled exotic. What else do I need?
I am deeply
I'm
disturbed.
14, 15 years old.
Okay.
I was just out of military school.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you think going back to school for kids is the same as going back to work after a long time off for like grown-ass people? Because let's say you get like a couple of days, maybe a week off. Is the average person excited to go back to the office or the job site, or are they dreading it?
I'm guessing, I bet you there are, depends on your job. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there are some people that don't get a lot out of their job, and it's just something that they have to do as opposed to something that they love to do.
Okay.
So I'm guessing most of those people are not looking forward to ending a vacation and going back to their routine.
I think some people miss the routine.
Is that
By
what
just
it is?
getting back to the comfort zone of a job.
Okay.
Like in the order of things.
Like a purpose, focusing
Yeah.
on stuff, right? Okay, so maybe then the structure of school is what kids are like subconsciously looking forward to. You know what's expected of you. You see the same faces every day. You're on a track. If you stay on that track, life gets easy. I mean, there is a big comfort to knowing what's expected of you in the same way every day. When, summer vacation, kids are getting up at 10 o'clock in the morning, and,
Oh, yeah.
there's no food here. Can DoorDash. Send DoorDash.
Well, you can do DoorDash?
Yeah, my oldest daughter discovered DoorDash. And every day
Dangerous.
she would text me. Well, no, I'm not going to let her do it herself. But every
Yeah.
day she would text me, hey, DoorDash me ramen. No, I'm not going to DoorDash you ramen.
Wait, the noodles?
Yeah. Ramen's like a big thing with kids now.
Yeah, but you could
It's
just
always
buy
been a big thing.
You could buy a sleeve of those things for like $1.
See, now you're starting to sound
Oh,
like your
does
father
she want
again.
like the pre-made
Yeah,
ramen?
she want-
The fancy
We're
ramen.
going Tachi, Taisho Bistro, Mongo.
Jesus, what's the whack on that?
You want to know. It's big, but it's just...
Okay, mark it up.
Bro, I got cold cuts in the fridge. There's peanut butter and jelly.
You
Shut
sound
up
like
and make
my
us-
father
Yeah.
now.
Why am I buying groceries if you're not eating
I
them?
got cold cuts that are
Yes!
There's sliced turkey in
You
there.
know what I would have given for roast beef that didn't disappear immediately when I was a kid?
Did you even have cold cuts as a kid? Like I can't imagine them lasting long.
My
Or
parents-
they do that busted cold cut.
All these sold, it was like a CD sleeve of pre-cut ham, turkey,
Oh,
and
the mix.
chicken.
The mix.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
called a
yeah.
mix pack.
Yeah,
The
but-
variety pack.
Yeah, the second that thing got home, it was gone.
Oh, I can't. With you boys? Yeah.
No, you sound like your father. It's just our fathers going back and forth. Oh, you boys ain't know.
You guys smell pig ass. You in?
That's why I was hanging out with you when I was 15. Let's take a break. Your kids go to school to figure out what they like to do.
Yeah.
And if they get good grades, they can go to a good college
All right.
to get a degree to do whatever the hell they want. And the cream of the crop one day, maybe, will get to work for NASA.
NASA.
That's right. Get blasted off into space. Sounds like a dream.
Yeah.
Right? It's become a nightmare for two astronauts we've been talking about now for a couple of weeks because
Yeah.
they are still stuck in space. And you think to yourself, can't get any worse than that, right?
What's left?
What the hell is this, Kimmy?
I don't know. It's creepy as hell.
Oh.
It alarmed this astronaut enough, this noise, where he reported it back to NASA. And we have audio of the actual noise that NASA has no idea what it's from,
Wow.
why it's happening. I mean, like, Kimmy, if you're stranded in space and all this,
Don't like that.
We'll get into the story, and it ain't like the ship is like breaking.
All right.
It's creepier than that.
Damn.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story went from like, oh, that sucks, to kind of scary really fast.
Oh.
Because, like, it would be scary enough if, like, they were in danger.
Okay.
But the fact that they don't know what this is
Yeah.
what makes it even more alarming.
So all these smart people can't figure it out.
As far as we know right now, they have no idea where this sound is coming from, why this sound is being made. And
Yeah.
I guess in theory, this is something that could affect not just these astronauts, but us here on Earth as well.
What?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So if you listen to the show, for the last couple of weeks, we've been telling you about these astronauts stranded at the International Space Station.
Yeah.
They are American astronauts that took a new ship up made by Boeing.
Sweet.
Starliner.
Nice ride, buddy.
Well, when they got it up, they discovered that getting it back down was going to be a problem. Now, again, NASA says there's nothing wrong with the Starliner, and that if they needed to in an emergency, they could take the Starliner, these two astronauts, back to Earth. However, they haven't done that.
Yeah.
And they've also been trying to organize rescue missions to go get these astronauts.
So none of this makes sense.
No. SpaceX was supposed to go get them. That flight was canceled.
Yeah.
We are now being told that these astronauts will be stuck in space, in the International Space Station, till at least 2025. So that sucks.
Yeah.
We heard from them a week ago talking about how hard it is to be in space without expecting being in space.
Yeah.
One of the astronauts said when you normally go up to the space station, you have jobs to do every day that keeps you busy.
You have a task.
Yes, they have no jobs.
Oh.
Nor gravity. And it's messing with them. But I think what might be the worst part is something that happened over the weekend.
What happened?
Well, the Starliner that they cannot take back to Earth is still attached to the space station.
Just hanging there.
You got it.
It's docked.
Yep. And the gentleman astronaut, the male astronaut that is up there and stranded, heard something coming from the ship
The other ship.
this weekend.
Yeah.
Yes, the one that they can't take back.
What'd they hear?
He didn't know.
All right.
He didn't know what it was.
What's
Coming from the speakers, I
Does
guess.
it sound like something else? Like
No, it doesn't sound like anything he knows about.
nothing human.
It was
Which
coming
makes
out
it-
of the speakers.
Wait.
There's
All right.
speakers in this ship. It was coming out of the speakers.
And it
he-
didn't make any sense.
No, he was so alarmed by
So
this.
they were getting the Wii show? Because that show makes no sense.
He was so alarmed by this, he reached out to NASA Control.
All right.
Do you have the interaction or just the sound?
This is the beginning of the interaction.
Okay.
There. Yeah.
So this is him talking to NASA,
Yeah.
and this is the sound that he hears coming from the speakers of the Starliner. It's a lot creepier when you hear it.
I'll do it one more time, and I'll let y'all scratch your heads and see if you can figure out what's going on. Here we go. All right, over to you. Tell us if you figure it out.
Yep, good recording. Thanks, Butch.
Okay. That sound is what you hear before the alien murders people
That's the
in
first thing
every
I was
movie.
thinking of with that damn thing coming out of that dude's stomach.
Thank you.
Yes.
What the hell is that?
I don't
I
know.
And nobody's in that ship. The ship's turned off. It's
You
just
got it.
sitting there.
Yep,
Yep.
just chilling. It's
Yep.
parallel parked right now.
Oh.
Yeah. And the astronaut doesn't know what it is, and NASA.
What if it's like
Like,
leaking something that they need to get back with?
Well, I mean, it's useless right now, anyways,
Yeah,
right?
it's-
No,
Yeah.
but I like it to be useful at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the best case scenario.
Like
is
it's
that,
leaking something?
okay, that's best case scenario that the ship isn't workable and it's
Right.
like warning you. What if it's picking up something?
Oh. Like out there.
Well, I mean, is that out of the question?
No?
Oh,
Well, you both believe.
No. Let's be clear.
You believe that we are not the only people
Yes.
in the universe.
Okay, Kimmy believes that. I have
do.
said I am not an active alien believer, but I cannot sit here and say there is no such thing as aliens, which you love to sit here and say.
I like to arrogantly say, this is it, baby.
Well, I hope to God.
USA Earth number one. Only
USA
one.
Earth?
Ain't gonna be another one,
And
baby.
how do you explain that?
I don't know.
Oh, what happened, Mr. Arrogant?
I mean, that
Confident
could
USA
be
Earth?
that could be like North Korea screwing with them.
What
Don't
the hell
forget-
are you talking about?
North Korea could be like hitting a little button or something.
The North Koreans don't have enough rice for their people, but they got technology to beam sounds into a spaceship.
Sounds like
They're putting
sound.
stuff in space.
North Koreans are?
But yes.
Yeah, but it's just like old
Satellites.
bicycles that they don't need anymore.
Yeah.
Sounds like a sound effect from a movie,
Yeah, that's what
like
you're
in
saying,
a
like Alien.
submarine or something.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Oh,
know
like
what
a
I mean?
ping, yeah.
Yeah.
This really freaking. Like I saw the story, okay, and I
Yeah.
played the
No.
audio to hear it. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that is a little eerie.
Yeah. Imagine being stuck up there, though. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, I know that, like, I'm sure that they are trained to handle all sorts of things, but I can't How does that not mess with your head?
Let's put it in perspective.
Right.
And again, we're talking about these two astronauts still stuck up at the International Space Station. The Starliner cannot come back with them, but NASA's not saying why.
No.
Again, could you give me just the sound? Thank you, Kimmy. Over the weekend, out of the speakers of the non-working ship came this noise, which the astronaut nor NASA do not know what it is. I want you to imagine the last time you slept alone in your room.
Okay.
Lights out.
Yeah.
Nobody's around.
Right.
And you heard a noise.
Yeah.
Whatever that is. Something fell
Sure.
over. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're alone in your room, a place that is the most comfortable place on the planet for you, you will freak out.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine being stuck in space.
For months.
And that's happening.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
And NASA doesn't even yeah, we'll check it out, Butch.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on that one. How are they going to check it out?
It's a great question.
They can't even get the goddamn plane to work.
I don't know.
It could be something scary.
I mean, it is. You have to admit it's scary. You
Definitely
have to
creepy.
admit it's a little bit scary.
It is. It's a little eerie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And you're admitting now that aliens possibly exist.
No.
So what could it be if it's not aliens?
Like the damn. You know what I'm worried about? This goddamn thing is falling apart.
Well, that's okay. We've been through that.
No,
before.
like the whole thing's breaking down.
What, the ISS?
Whatever that thing is.
International
The
Space Station?
Yeah.
The space station's breaking apart?
Why not? It's old.
How many people are up
That
there?
thing is ancient, man.
I'm pretty sure they're checking on it every once in a while.
Freaking Skylab, man. You haven't checked it in years.
They got duct tape. Fix that.
When's the last time I went over there and just did they never brought the damn thing back down to look at it.
What are you talking about?
This lab.
The space station? Well, how could you bring it back
yeah.
down and
Once- I
launch
think
it
once
again?
it's up there.
All right, so it's sitting up there. I'm thinking the damn thing's falling. I'm thinking we're losing pressure.
Bro, it ain't an old apartment complex. They
It
think-
is. It is. It literally, you just called it,
Don't
man.
you think though, like NASA
It's
would be
Monroe
like,
Towers over there, man. The place is falling apart.
don't you think though NASA would be like, oh, that's the pressure sound. Yep, you're losing pressure.
Thank you.
Like,
Yes.
Well, thank you. What does that mean?
No, that's what she's saying.
No.
No, the
But-
fact that they have no idea.
But maybe, I don't know.
The fact
Exactly.
that they have no idea what it could be is the alarming part.
Yes.
So,
What if the other people under just screwing with
that
it?
would be kind of funny. The Russians are messing with him. Watch me do this.
And the guy sitting in the toilet just banging a wrench against the wall. So sick of these people.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
A haircut. You were just talking about your haircut going
Yeah.
back to school. You know, the kids are going back to school today, right? Your haircut changes as you get older. And I
Yeah.
don't mean the style of your haircut. I mean the way you get your haircut. Because there was a time,
There was a time.
if you're of a certain age, where you went to a specific place because that's where your dad
standard,
went or
yeah.
your mom went or whatever. And then as you get older, haircuts, at least it seems in modern time, are more about convenience than it is
Yeah.
how you look.
Yeah, in and out.
Yeah, you got it. That is changing.
Oh.
And I discovered this by accident over the weekend because the old school barber shop that all you Italians seem to love, that we thought had disappeared,
Well, yeah, those old guys are, passing on.
they have in fact not disappeared. I mean, the old guys aren't here anymore, but it turns
Really?
out men in their 20s and 30s
Yeah?
have re-embraced this. And I found out firsthand, and oh my God, it's awesome.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Man.
it's awesome. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. Folks seem to long for a simpler time, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
But there's also that saying,
What's that?
You can never go home.
You can't. It changes.
What if I told you that was wrong?
Really?
There is still a kind of place where you could go that when you walked in, that old school charm of life washed right over you again.
Really?
It turns out those places still exist. And all you have to do is get your hair cut.
Where, though?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:30. You know how you feel paranoid, like when you're talking with your friends and all of a sudden your phone sends you a targeted ad about the thing you were talking about?
Yeah.
And then people would say, no, your phone doesn't do that. It's against the law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we now have proof that they're doing it.
Okay.
Legitimate proof from a
They're
leaked
listening.
memo, bro. We will get into it.
All right.
We're going to blow the lid off this thing. Just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. So I needed a haircut bad this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And Friday night, I was out of Three Heads, right?
Yeah.
Nick, the guy who works the door, he looks at me as I'm walking in. He goes, your head looks awful. He goes, I'm a barber. The shop that I work at is called Ducktail Barber Shop. We just opened in a new place on Park Avenue. Why don't you come down and see
All
me?
right.
And I go, yeah, of course. This actually works out
And
perfectly.
he's even got the barber name.
Nick.
Nick.
Yeah, Nick. So, by the way, he hands me his business card. It says Nicholas on him. Okay, Nick, shut up.
But the guy's got to be, what, in his 80s?
No, he's younger than me.
Young Nick.
Younger than me. So I go, you run tomorrow? He goes, yeah. So next day, I go take off. And I get to this place on Park Avenue, and I'm expecting a certain thing because it's like guy in his 30s, Park Ave business, him and his buddies, right? So
Right.
like I'm thinking like hipster-ass,
Sure.
douche face central, right? This place is old school Italian.
So they like recreated like the old 50s barbershop?
Bro, you step in and it's a 60-year time warp back
That's pretty
there.
cool.
And it's run by a bunch of guys in their 20s and 30s. The haircut was great. Beard fade. I was worried
It is
about
looking
it.
cleaned up.
I was
Looking
worried
really
about it. I
cleaned
go,
up.
you
Oh, so they
go
trimmed
for
their
it?
beard and everything.
Well, no, he faded from top
Yeah.
into the. It looks very sexy. It's what the kids
No,
are
the
doing.
beard looks even.
Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
very much. But the haircut was great. The experience was great. It was a bunch of dudes hanging out, shooting the shiznit, busting balls, and being the born and bred Gates boy that I am, it was like I was home again.
Oh,
Felt
nice.
right at home.
So I put something up on social media about it over the weekend, and it turns out that this Ducktail place on Park Ave,
Big head, huh?
but it's not the only place like this.
There's more of these like new barbershops?
It seems there is a new trend of old school barbershops that young guys are opening up.
Great
And-
idea, man.
So these are new old school barbershops, not ones that guys have taken over from maybe their parents or grandparents.
Could also be that.
Okay.
Could also be that.
Yeah.
But these are young guys.
Got the barber pole and everything else?
All that stuff. They're running old school ass barbershops. Even the chair I was sitting in was like right out of the 1950s.
Okay.
It was like old school ass barber thing. But I found this weird only because I have vague memories of going to the old Italian barbershop
Yeah.
because even at 38, they were starting to go away when I
Yeah.
was coming of age,
Yeah.
right? Guys under 30, Tommy, you think wouldn't have had that experience in the first place, so they wouldn't know how great it is.
Yeah, but you're also watching social media and old movies and movies you're seeing on Netflix where they had all that stuff.
Okay.
Every one of those mobster movies you watch had one of those.
Bro, it was like I walked onto the set of a Bronx Tale.
Right.
Like it was awesome. It was awesome. And I'm never getting my hair cut anywhere else ever again. I'm going back to this Ducktail place every single time. But I guess the question is this.
What's up?
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How in are you for the old school barber shop experience? Because, like, I don't know how most guys get their hair cut anymore. Like,
Yeah.
I
Well,
know-
Supercuts and places like that.
That's what I mean, because I was a
quick, convenient.
yeah, I was a Supercuts guy. They did a great job. It was
Right.
cool. I just want to get in, get out. Here's about, the least amount of money I can spend, and I'm going to go about my way. I mean, you're not a good gauge because not a lot of guys go to Trends with a Z.
It's a salon. Yes.
And then Kimmy, your husband has given up on hair altogether.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it doesn't have much
Well,
to
I
work
thought they
with.
both did.
What?
It was like a couple thing.
252
I
WCMF.
got
Get
stuck
it.
in a tornado this weekend. It's the first time I had my hair done in weeks. It was a full blowout.
Like, I didn't know what I needed. I didn't know what I missed.
Oh, so they walked you through it.
Well, no. I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you would have told me last week, come
Yeah.
to this old school Italian barbershop, I would have been like, no, I'm going to go to Supercuts. I'm going to get my hair cut. No big deal. It was just luck of the draw. I
Yeah.
didn't understand how much I appreciated the ambience.
So you're in.
The ambience. But
Yeah.
I didn't know I missed it. I didn't know I was missing it. It was like a bomb shelter from the rest of the world.
Oh, wow.
And maybe it's the age I'm at now, but I'm finally starting to understand why all you old West Side Italians went and got your haircut this way. Because this barbershop was like a bomb shelter from the rest of the world. My kids couldn't get to me for an hour. They had beers. They were just laughing and having a grand old time. And my wife wasn't there to like give me a dirty look because of something I said. Right? Like, I totally understand.
So it's like a day spa for men.
It is a day. You nailed it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Except
spa.
I don't need to get my nails done or anything like that. I just get to sit and shoot the crap with these guys in the chair.
And not have to weigh your words or walk on eggshells.
Thank you. It was great.
Yeah.
I want to go back tomorrow. I'm like focusing on growing my hair out as fast as possible so I can go hang out in the barbershop again.
Have you never gone to a barbershop before?
Yeah, but he wasn't married.
Like, I do know.
Yeah, that's it.
You didn't have kids.
Yeah.
What?
He went as a kid. You know,
okay. But I'm just wondering like why you thought they went away. Because like I feel like there are some guys out there who that's just their thing. They go to the barber.
Okay, but here was the other problem. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, I'm talking. I went to this old school Italian barbershop on Park Ave. It's run by these young guys. It just total by coincidence ran into the guy who works there on Friday night, and it was amazing. It was amazing. I'm reborn again. I'm never getting my hair cut at anywhere other than a old school Italian barbershop run by old guys. My last experience, Kimmy, at an Italian barbershop left a very bad taste in my mouth.
Okay.
I'll tell you the story.
Well, it probably only takes like one bad experience at a place where you're like, maybe this isn't for me.
It wasn't even the hair. So there was this joint around the corner from my house where I grew up in Gates. And it
cut this.
Bro, it was right out of the 50s. Like, it had the pictures that they hadn't changed since the 50s, like the guy's haircuts, right? And this guy had to be 80 years old. And I walk in and I sit down, and I think I'm like 14 at the time.
Jittery Vic.
And I go, I'd like my haircut this way, please. And the guy goes, good. And he says this verbatim. Yeah. He says to me, it's a good haircut. It's nice that you don't want to get a haircut like these colored boys.
No.
Hand to God.
Yeah.
And he cut my hair, and I never went near that barbershop ever. I'm like, what? I'm done with this. Yeah. So, me, I guess being ignorant, thinking that every experience would be like that if I went back to these places. You know what? That was wrong for me. I shouldn't have let one person spoil it. Right. But Tommy's right. The fact that I am now a grown-ass person, and this was insulating me from the rest of the world, is what made it so great over the weekend.
It's interesting that you had that experience. I just you don't really like to socialize much.
No, I don't.
So it's interesting, like this atmosphere, how much it impressed you.
No, but we don't like to socialize.
Yeah.
Because our socializing gets so controlled.
Yeah.
So if I could just come in here like I talk to you two.
Dude, you go to trends.
And I got to watch my mouth.
With a Z.
You got to watch your mouth.
No, you don't have to watch your mouth at trends. I've been in salons. You don't have to watch your mouth in salons.
But no, I do.
Trust me. I get all the gossip on people I've never met.
I know, but that's girl talk.
Isn't that what you love?
He does love girl
talk.
You actually get the scoop on people.
I'm very bi talk. I like male talk and I like girl talk.
Somehow through.
Bi talk, he says.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can curse. You can talk about things. You don't have to. It's just very relaxing. Because walking on eggshells all day is stressful.
Yes.
You had to do it at work. You got to do it for kids. You
exactly.
Got to do it for wife, this, the neighbors.
No, I mean, it was just as simple as like a couple of guys who got it. Like if I insulted them to their faces, they were going to laugh, right? Like it was, you hit it. It was like hanging out in here.
Right.
And look, I understand this may be jarring because I have said on the radio before that I would pay extra for a haircut for no one to talk to me.
Yeah.
Because one of my least favorite things is sitting in that chair at Supercuts and the woman feels like she has to talk to you and she doesn't want to.
Forced conversation,
exactly, right?
And it's not real.
But if you're like, hey, don't talk to me, you don't have to talk to me, then that sounds rude, right? I'm born again, man. I'm born again. I feel like I had my head dunked and I'm back, and I'm going again.
Baptized at the barbershop in that blue water.
252 WCMF 252-9263. The old school Italian barbershops are back, and they're being run by 20 and 30-year-old hipsters. And they're awesome.
This is amazing.
I do have a question as we go to the phones here. 252 WCMF, and don't tell me, because I want to guess.
All right.
What does the average man spend on a haircut right now? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Versus, okay, we'll get to that in a sec. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, boys. How you doing? Hey, good, buddy. Hey, so wait, let me get this straight. You don't need an appointment to get your hair cut?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I went in early, so maybe he knew they didn't have any appointments at that point.
Yeah, it's sore subject in my house because I guess it's a national holiday when you got to get your hair cut because you just take the whole day off or, your hair appointment. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Mike, so your wife goes to the salon is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And don't mess with her hair appointment. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Mike, how do you get your hair cut, buddy?
I just random. Whoever's open, whoever can get me in, and they can get it done. Thank you very much. I don't need an appointment.
Okay. All right. So, Mike, what if I told you this? What if I told you that your wife, who you are clearly annoyed by, couldn't hurt you for an hour, and you get beer, and like the guys are cool? What if you could have that?
I'm all behind it. I think she should go with me. So yeah.
Why?
No, don't ruin it for everybody else. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Mike? Mike, I'm telling you, look into these places. They exist.
No,
there is an oasis in the desert for us.
No, my point is, you can go. You don't need an appointment. Get your damn haircut. I don't know if Kimmy does. If Kimmy, she's need an appointment every time you need a haircut. Is that a national holiday? I mean, come on.
All right, Mike, thanks for the call. I think Mike's missing. What
I'm not sure what he's.
He's more mad
Is
at
he
his
mad
wife.
at his wife?
Right
Yeah,
now.
that's what I kind of got out of that.
No, that's fine. We've
But
all
I
been
mean,
there.
yeah, sometimes you do have to book it in advance.
Now, Kimmy's going to, sometimes you have to get an appointment. Sometimes you do. Like, I'm dying to know what the average man drops on a haircut and what they'd be willing to spend if it meant you got an hour of guy time. Because I paid for a great haircut.
Yeah.
But I feel like I also paid for 60 minutes of just like,
Peace and quiet.
yeah.
Yeah, relaxation.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
What do you spend?
Is it? Oh, go ahead.
What do you spend on your hair?
So my goes for about 75.
You spent $70 on your head?
Yeah. Well, it's got to be dyed.
Okay.
And
I thought it died years ago. I'm looking at your hairline right now. It's
wash,
dead.
cut, blowout.
You're such a bitch.
And
You're
a tip.
such a bitch.
And it tips like 75. And that's cheap.
Okay.
Because I know the chicks are more expensive.
Yeah, especially if you're getting your hair dyed. That is really cheap.
Wash, cut. What's a blowout?
Well, you never had a blowout?
No, I've never had a blowout.
Why don't you tell me?
Why? Why?
I'm jumping into the barber game.
Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Open up a little kiosk.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Blow You Out Good. You'll be so relaxed. I'll blow you out for 60 minutes, son.
Oh. Too far.
Sauce.
Too far.
Do you think more guys got into cutting hair because of COVID? Like maybe it was something that they had to do on their own and then realized, hey, I kind of have a knack for this.
Oh, that's a good question.
And like you were probably helping out like your friends.
I mean, that's a great trade.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up because now I know I have two friends that I follow on Instagram that have been going through barber school.
Yeah.
Like as we speak, and it's like a second career for them. Like they're picking it up
Yeah.
new. But like I am jealous of that skill.
Oh, yeah.
Like I would love to be like an old school. I don't have the hands for it. These things. Ugh.
Yeah.
But like if I knew how to cut hair and cold out today,
Yeah.
it'll be cold out tomorrow. Catch the Yankees last night? Let me get you a Miller High Life, champagne and beers. Wow, nice. That's what I'm saying.
Do you worry though? Because my husband did have this experience once. This was like when he had his beard. This was a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He went to a barber before his buddy's wedding because he was in the wedding and the guy treated everybody to like a day at the barber shop. And like he kind of was like getting talked into things, which like he didn't want to say no, but like the guy wanted to like cut and shape his beard a certain way. And my husband was like, it's not really my style, but sure, go for it.
Okay, so that was my biggest fear.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie to you. Walked in, and because like they're like as great as these guys are.
Yeah.
Like they also kind of got that hipster look going on.
Yeah.
Like they had the mustaches, right, and like the short, like cotton shorts. I don't know when that became a thing.
Okay.
And they're wearing like the socks. They're not ankle socks. They're like
Yeah.
crew socks. Like okay,
Yeah.
we get it. You work on Park Ave. We get it, guys. Okay.
But it's a look.
Yeah, okay, fine. So, like, he was like, I'm not going to touch the beard because the beard looks good. And I was like, okay. He goes, but do you want to do the fade from the beard to the top of your head? And that
So,
was,
like, it kind of runs out?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll show you, right? Like, it's just...
So it kind of like goes away and then it starts back up again.
Yeah, it's like a hair.
It's almost like a sideburn version of a taint.
What?
You have like side taint.
Side taint?
Well, think about it. A taint is like
He didn't ask for the side taint.
Well, think about it. Your hair's up here, your beard's down here. This is in the middle, not really going on.
Yeah, side
That's
taint.
taint.
It's got a side taint
That's
there.
face taint. So you signed up for the face taint.
Well, no, it took me 5 minutes. But I'm like, you know what? Let's just go for it. Because my biggest fear was like, that's a young guy thing. I didn't want to look like the youth group leader
Right.
at 40. You know what I
Right.
mean? Wearing
Yeah.
the tight Abercrombie and Fitch t-shirt. Hey, fellow teenagers.
Let me tell you about Jesus.
But I like the way it turned out.
Looks good, I
Happy
think.
I did.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
You need a little sun on it, though. That's all.
Yeah, I'm pale, man.
No, but you need to get a little sun where he trimmed down.
Okay, and what am I gonna do? No, it's always gonna be white.
It looks like you have gray hair, but you don't.
Oh my god. Oh, you know what I need? Maybe I need a dye and a blowout.
Just get a taint trim.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I've seen the light by accident. It turns out that young guys in their 20s and 30s are opening old school Italian barbershops, and there's multiple of these, it seems, across the greater Rochester area based on social media. I ended up by accident in this place called Ducktail Barbershop. It's on Park Ave. It was the greatest hour I've had in a long time. It was awesome. Katie's on CMF. Hey, Katie, how are you?
Good. How are you guys? I love you guys. Listen to you every morning.
Love you.
From Maryland.
Wow.
Man, exotic.
Yes.
Soft shell.
So I'm a hairstylist by trade. I even went and apprenticed with a barber so I could learn the straight edge. So my husband doesn't have to go anywhere. We do it right.
Lucky him.
No, but I mean, Katie, did you miss the whole cut? Like the haircut's great. I appreciate the haircut. It looks good.
I know.
It wasn't the haircut that was so awesome.
Right.
It was getting away from you, with all due respect.
I know. And that's what I feel bad for, because I'm like, yeah, he doesn't get to get away. But at the same time, he can literally wait until the last minute. And it could be 9 o'clock at night. And he's like, I need a haircut and a clean up.
All right, but Katie, let me ask you.
I want a high haircut from you at 9 o'clock at night. You're 4 wines into your evening, and you're standing in front of me with a straight razor.
I am just that darn good.
But Katie, let me ask you something. You know, Christmas is coming up faster than we think. Like, what if you went to one of these, old school places that are new again, and you got him a gift certificate and said, hey, I want you to go have an hour.
That's a score.
Because, look, maybe he goes and he doesn't like it as much as he likes you doing his hair. Like, I mean that would work, right?
Yeah.
Like, see if he likes it?
So our kids have actually thought about getting him something similar to like where one of the Bills go, because we have season tickets.
Okay.
And so we come up every home game for our Bills game.
Wow.
Because he's from Rochester. But our kids want to get him like one of the big full package kind of things at one of the barber places at the Bills.
Man, what does that say about how they think you do your job, huh?
I really don't care.
Katie, good to talk to you. Hope I'll see you at a Bills game on the ride up from Maryland.
I hope so. We want to see you guys so bad. We want to invite you guys to like sit with us because we always have extra seats. But we know you guys are so just in your own
well,
thing.
Katie, I appreciate it. We'll look I'll tell you what, when I'm in the stadium, I'll look for the guy with the wine haircut. How about that?
Okay, sounds great.
All right, bye,
Well,
Katie.
he's got one of those Gorbachev stains on his forehead, and it's not from birth.
Katie doesn't know who that is.
You know who
too.
Gorbachev.
Who's Gorbachev?
He's the Russian Soviet Union guy.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, I give it to you.
With the birthmark.
Yeah.
He said the birthmark. We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. A man whose name is right out of the old school Italian barbershop.
Oh, boy.
Ezra's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ezra, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, just calling. So a couple of years ago, I moved from Rochester. I was moving into St. Louis. And growing up, I used to be like one of those supercuts kids and just get like the generic haircut. But when I was moving into St. Louis, I needed a haircut real bad. And as I was moving in, I drove past this barber shop, and it had a big sign on the outside of the wall advertising like $6.50 haircuts. And as I was moving in, I mean, it looked real vintage, like old brick building and everything. I was like, that's got to be an old advertisement. Like, that's definitely not up to like 2022 standards. But anyway, I needed a haircut bad, so I decided to, take a risk. I walk in. So I get there. I'm walking into the building, and there's a guy outside smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Walk in. It's the barber. The barber walks in behind me, puts out a cigarette, walks in behind me. He's like, what can I do for you? He's got like a thick Eastern European accent. I'm like, I just need like a trim, blah, blah, blah. Gets out his clippers. It's like so old school. It's like one of those like World War II clippers. It's like indestructible. It has a vacuum bag on it. So he puts this up to my like sides, trims me up. I nearly go deaf because it feels like an airplane taking off next to my ear. Finishes it up, trims it. Halfway through the haircut, does half of it, takes a break, walks outside, smokes a cigarette, finishes the haircut. And then he was like $6.50. I give him a 10. I'm like, keep it as a tip. I walk out, and I was just like floored. I was like, I don't know what I just walked into. And like coming from like super cuts and like cost cutters and stuff like this, it's a totally different experience. I felt like I was like in a time warp, and I went back to like Mayberry, and I was like in like the town criers area where I was like, you're just ball busting and like talking, taking smoke breaks halfway through the haircut. It was just like mind blowing. But after that, I was just like, all right, I kind of like this. It's kind of fun, And so I moved back here, and I got my own. I was like looking around for a barber shop. I ended up going to a College Town barber down in like over by U of R.
Okay.
But I love the guys there, Mike and TJ. I work for a local brewery, so every time I go, I bring a couple 4-packs of beer. I give them to the guys. They're fantastic. my buddies, my dad, we all got nice trim, and we were like, drinking some nice whiskey. Went outside in the parking lot, we're smoking cigars. Just had a lovely time. Yeah. But yeah, it's a real thing, and I definitely get it, Duffy. It's awesome. I was a changed man after that.
That's great. Well, Ezra, thank you for the call. Thank you for the call, but I appreciate it.
I'm not going to
No wonder that guy. No wonder that guy had to stop halfway through the haircut to smoke a cigarette. Please stop. Please stop talking. Stop moving.
Hey, I'd like to book my appointment for my haircut. Yeah, when's Ezra coming in? Anytime 2 hours after that. All right, let's take a break. It turns out you're not crazy.
Me?
You've kind of been doubting this is a real thing because some days you're in on it and some days like, no, they can't do that. If you feel like your phone is listening to you when it's not on or when you're not using it, you're right.
Oh.
And now we have proof.
Damn.
And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. Tell me if this has happened to you.
What happened?
You're sitting around, you're talking to someone. One person says something like, Oscar Mayer bologna was my favorite when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Then, like an hour later, you're on social media, and you get an ad for Oscar Mayer bologna.
Yes.
Or something bologna related. You tell someone you think your phone is listening to you, and half the people in the room go, you're crazy, you're out of your mind, shut up. Well, something we're not supposed to know maybe shows us we're not crazy.
Oh.
Not at all. He's like, slowly put my glasses on. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we're about half an hour away from everyone's favorite Tuesday game.
Ooh, I know. I love it. Where are they listening?
Where they whited, coming up just after 9 o'clock. We're going to try and do this again after the unbelievably controversial double DQ week last week. Many people have said Kimmy's gone drunk with power.
Yeah.
Only one of those disqualifications.
I think one person said that.
Yeah.
No, many people have said you have gone drunk with power. Many people are saying this.
One person in the room.
So we'll see if Kimmy can try and not disqualify everybody.
Right.
Just after 9
Don't
o'clock.
disqualify yourself.
I did
That's
not.
my advice.
Okay, for God's sakes, you're going to get me mad again. I did not. You were just
Don't
waiting.
argue with son of Taint Face.
Wait, that makes my dad taint face.
Oh, he Taint Face. Officer Taint.
Well, you would say that to his taint face.
He was part of the Taint Force in 1970s.
Freeze Taint Force! We'll get to where they were just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So over the weekend, a website called 404 Media leaked a memo from a large marketing company where they are bragging to clients about a feature that they can sell them.
Oh.
The feature is called Active Listening.
Okay.
Long story short,
CIA crap.
the company is pitching its clients on using AI to get real-time data by listening to conversations through people's phones when they don't realize it's happening.
It's like you're being wired.
Yes, exactly. Like when the phone is in your pocket, sitting on a table, etc. This is not when you're like on the phone talking to somebody. It is while the phone is not actively on, you are being actively listened to. And their whole pitch that they give to clients is right here to look at. And it's a little scary when you get into it. It also suggests, this memo, that what is picked up on the mic can be pushed not only to your phone, but through your streaming apps, your music apps, your Google searches, and other things. For example, even if you have a TV that doesn't have a microphone on it, if you have something like Amazon Prime on your phone, that can communicate with the Amazon Prime app on your TV. And now you can get direct ads while you're watching Amazon Prime, like commercials that you may have mentioned earlier that day or the week before, just talking to someone casually. It knows, man. And the company whose memo leaked have in the past denied that they've done this. But this memo, if it is legitimate.
Yeah, they're busted.
Right? It spells it out.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this bothering you?
I kind of thought it was happening because we've done it here a few times.
Yeah, but you're hot and cold. Some days you're like, it's listening, and then other days you'll be like, it's listening. You'll be like, no, it's stupid. What do you want to listen to you stupid ass for?
Why? I don't get it.
What is there not to get? It's just spelled out here.
All right. But maybe you kind of like it because then you're also getting ads you would be interested in.
Look at you bowing down to the man.
More like bending over, but
bending over, bowing down, bend bow, bowdy bow,
Benny bow,
Benny boo, Tommy Mule.
It is scary,
but you're okay with it.
Well, no, because I mean, what if the government starts listening to everything you say?
Well, I mean, I think it's naive to think that if these companies can't,
they got to
do
be
this,
listening.
I guess they could if they wanted to.
There is also proof that suggests that the government could do this.
So like everybody's bugged now. There's a wire on you.
Yes, and you pay for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Okay, so you don't like it.
I don't like it.
So get rid of your phone then, right?
But I like the ads sometimes. That's how I found out about those Italian socks.
And those are killer for you. It really improves your life. You're your Italian toes now. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is this bothering you?
I mean, it only bothers me, to Tommy's point, if I start to get stuff that I'm not interested in just based on stupid stuff we talk about in this room, which has happened before.
Okay.
But I also always figure the amount of stuff that I've Googled or liked on social media, videos that I've watched, it all contributes to the same thing. You know what I mean? Whether it's listening to me talk or tracking everything I'm typing, it's almost impossible to avoid.
You know, it's funny, very few people are okay with what we're discussing here, right? With your phone listening to you. But the alternative is not having a cell phone.
The convenience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is borderline crippling in today's society, Your Majesty.
Yeah, you have to have a phone.
So is it worth the trade-off to you?
It has to be. Because you can't function without it. I mean, you can't be a young person and think you could go through life without having all these things.
I mean, you could.
How?
You could do this. You
What do
could have a home phone. You could have a landline phone. I mean, hell, it might make your life easier not having a cell
No,
phone.
but if you
on
have a job that you're connected to things, it would be impossible.
Hey, man, this is how I live my life. There's no law that says I got to keep a cell phone. Man.
I don't think you get hired.
You need to deprioritize, man. You don't think you can get a job without a cell phone?
How could you?
Ooh, that's an interesting thought. You wouldn't have to tell them you don't have a cell phone. You could just list your phone number.
Right, but how are they going to text you, email you?
Don't text me. I only like to call. I like to hear your beautiful voice, my wonderful new boss.
Yeah, you're fired.
Okay.
Get out.
You fired me before I even got hired.
I think you cannot function anymore without a phone.
Okay. So then you're saying the trade-off of having the phone versus everybody being able to listen to you at all times is worth it?
Yes.
Does that make us idiots?
Of course it does.
Okay.
Because it's going to bite us in the ass at some point, but that's the way life works.
No, it's amazing how you've lived through a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff, like world-shattering, earth-changing stuff.
But maybe that's why he has that take.
No, but I would think a guy with his experience in that age would see, wait a minute, maybe some things aren't worth the trade-off. And you go, I get Italian socks. I'm cool with it. Checking out Netflix on my phone.
Yes.
I don't get my oil change. I gotta watch Netflix.
Think about this. When you have a phone, you're never bored. Think about the times you sat in waiting rooms for oil changes and dentist visits and all the things you dread. Have to wait around. Your wife's getting ready. You're stuck over here for a while.
Yeah.
It's such a lifesaver.
For that reason alone, I'm with you. The cell phone is more than worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, sitting at the mall waiting for your wife to finish shopping.
No, I agree with you, but I mean, it's a trade-off here, right? You're trading off your privacy.
All I got to give him is my Social Security number and a few dollars a month.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. This website leaked a memo from a large marketing company bragging to clients about a feature they can sell them called active listening. And long story short, it is this company pitching their clients on their phones, people's phones, listening to them while they're just sitting around in your pocket. And that's why when you talk about Oscar Mayer baloney, when you were a kid.
Here come the baloney. Bend over for the baloney.
It's very possible that now that I said that, if your phone is near the radio right now.
We're going to get baloney.
You're going to get baloney ads.
We're going to get e-baloney.
E-baloney?
Yeah.
What?
Nobody calls anything E anymore, man. That's so 2000.
E-baloney?
I got an E-card. Check me out. It's like a regular card, but it's on the air.
Yeah, but it's in the air.
So the big debate that sparked after this information was released over the weekend, is it legal? And it turns out there's a massive argument over that as well.
But we probably agreed to it when all those things pop up.
So
that I agreed to that I don't read.
So that's become the question. The company in question has told its clients it is legal because, and I'm quoting them, we, the consumers, give consent when we accept the terms and conditions, like you just said, but it's in the tiny fine print.
I give up all the access to all my baloney.
Experts are saying, however, that it's still 1,000% legal, no question about it, because they are aware that they're burying that stuff in the fine print, and it's too big a deal to keep it in the fine print.
Oh.
You get what I'm saying?
But that's why they've always had fine print. That's where you get screwed.
Well, that's what they're saying. No, there are some things you're not allowed to put in the fine print anymore. That's been changing over the last couple of years with documents.
But I'll never know. Because the fine print is something I'm never going to read.
But now you do know. So this might actually be illegal.
All right.
I mean, will it change? Who knows?
But the phone is already... I see they're collecting the data. It could be illegal, but the phone has already got this apparatus to listen to us.
Oh, yeah.
So that's there.
Yeah, you're right. Government could be listening to us right now.
Right.
Or on the radio.
Well, Apple could be listening to us. Just that corporation. I mean, they have access to everything, right?
Man.
I'm surprised, and maybe this exists, I've never looked into it, that there aren't products like, whether they work or not, that people have designed to block your
phone blocker.
Yeah, wrap your phone in this case and it can't listen to you kind of thing.
I mean, that does seem like an easy way to rip people
It
off.
does.
Right?
It does.
Why are we not working on that
I
right
don't
now?
know, but maybe it exists already and we just don't know.
He got the name.
What was it?
Cloak of secrecy.
We would sell 1 million cloaks of secrecy.
The cloak?
It's like that blanket in Harry Potter.
I think it was invisible.
Same thing.
Why? Where?
I don't know how you know that because I
saw
read
Harry
the
Potter.
books.
And he looks like if Harry Potter aged 1,000 years and got cancer.
Wait, side note.
And nobody treated it.
Yeah, that's your...
And then he got hit by a car.
He's got the forehead for it.
Jesus, he's doing enough on his own over there. Jump on.
You watch the Harry Potter movies?
Yeah, I saw the first two.
Shocked.
Well, he wanted to experience a book and he doesn't know how to read, so it was the only way to do it.
I read 1,000 pages of Wizards.
No, just watch a movie for 2 hours.
By the way, there's also another story similar to this from over the weekend that's a little bit freaky.
What?
Right? Like your phone listening to you and pitching you stuff is one thing. Amazon confirmed over the weekend that they are running ads for medicine based on other products you are purchasing.
Oh.
For example, let's say you get a bag of pork rinds. You're apt to get an ad for cholesterol meds down the road.
Oh. Really?
If you buy a bunch
of what you eat.
Exactly. Like if you buy a bunch of stuff to like work out, there could be Bengay ads, ads for knee, hip, shoulder replacement.
All right.
Amazon now believes they can tell what kind of physical shape you are in, health-wise, just based on the products we purchase.
So it's already tracking you.
Yeah. I mean, we knew it was tracking us. It's just weird they're now actively using that information. Oh, you like pork rinds? Your heart's going to stop. You're going to die.
Almost killed Richard Pryor.
Pork rinds?
Yeah. It's in his act.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the joke now.
Yeah, you
ruined it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, puts that emergency call into God. He's having a heart attack.
Right.
Well, you weren't thinking about when you were eating all them pork rinds.
Yeah, I screwed it up. I'm disappointed in myself. I let everybody down. And now my phone even heard me blow that
You
joke.
disappointed Richard Pryor in heaven.
All right, let's take a break. This is not of Kimmy and I's world, but it is of yours.
Okay, it's old school.
Well, you know, you grew up on the water.
Yep.
You had yourself a boat. You've been sailing before.
Yep.
Right? And you dress like a man who could go sailing at any moment.
Yeah.
If you got hit by a car at any camp.
After 1,000 years.
There was an incident that happened on Labor Day here in Rochester. And what I want to know is if this would be super embarrassing or if this is something that everyone who owns a sailboat has gone through at some point in their life.
So it's an actual sailboat.
Oh, yeah. And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This sounds like it would be something super embarrassing.
Oh.
But this also sounds like a difficult thing to do. So maybe this is something that everybody who tries this has to go through at least once. You're going to be able to tell us.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Where they went in.
I'm ready.
The two disqualified gentlemen from last week make their triumphant return to face off against the woman who has now far too much power, unchecked.
Yeah.
Just rules are rules, man.
Shut up. She's got her post. She's going to read it out loud.
All right.
We will fight the tyranny that is the
Kim
Kimmy
Jong-un.
We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock where they want it here on CMF. Yesterday morning, bit of an issue out on the water near where the Genesee River meets
the mouth of the river.
You got it, mouth of the river. 2 people had to be rescued from a sailboat, according to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. Now, the good news, no injuries. The boat was towed out of the water. Everyone is good. So just a little oopsie-daisy for these folks.
All right.
The bad news, however, there is a picture on 13 WAM of the rescue I'm looking at right now. And it looks as if the Rochester Yacht Club is in the background.
Okay.
So, like, everyone from the yacht club may have been the audience for these 2
Yeah,
sailors
it's possible.
having to be rescued from a capsized sailboat.
Oh, so it capsized.
It says capsized. I'm sorry.
All right.
My apologies. Okay. So, Kimmy, you and I are not of the sailboat
No,
world.
I'm not familiar.
But, Tommy, you've spent a lot of time on the water. You have sailed before.
A little bit, yeah.
Is a capsized sailboat something that is super embarrassing? Or is this something that everybody who sails will experience at least once?
It's catastrophically embarrassing.
Oh.
And if it's like a regular sailboat and you capsized it, it's dangerous as crap.
Well, yeah.
I mean, this is bad.
You're in the water.
Yeah. It's bad.
Well,
it's like the worst you could do
I
on a
would say
sailboat.
the worst you could do is like crash it into something.
Well,
Yeah.
which is pretty rare, but like you flip the boat, bro. And I don't remember it being that windy
Okay.
to where like it would be catastrophic.
Okay, you keep. I think you're overusing the word catastrophic. Is like a torn.
A capsized boat is catastrophic. They took down the Poseidon Adventure.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
We almost lost Gene Hackman and Ernest Borgnine on the same damn boat.
Kimmy has no idea who Ernest Borgnine is.
You don't know who Ernest Borgnine is?
Oh.
Do you know who? Hold on. Do you know who Gene Hackman?
I do. I do know who Gene Hackman is.
Right.
She should know who Ernest Borgnine is.
He was probably one of the greatest actor of all time.
Ernest Borgnine?
You can't do McHale's Navy without McHale.
Why would you not do McHale? Look, we're not going down this road. But what I'm getting at is you have a tendency to over-exaggerate how bad things are because you are arrogant about the water, even though you haven't been on the water in God knows how long. To other people that are experienced with this, is capsizing a sailboat catastrophic, as Tommy put it?
Jumping onto a sailboat is something you need to have some experience before doing
have to
that,
work a
right? So I
sailboat,
could see like somebody getting embarrassed thinking like, oh, that looks easy, getting on it and getting in over their head really quick, which would be more embarrassing.
Because like I'm thinking about like watching my dad as I was growing up, because he had a boat, not a sailboat, obviously. He wasn't classy enough for that. But like when he was learning how to use the boat, like I watched him like hit the boat on the dock trying to dock it.
Little bumps.
I watched him have a bunch of trouble trying to get it in and out of the water off the back of the van that we had back in the day, right? Like these are all like bumps and bruises that come with owning a boat that you learn along the way. I just assume seeing this story that the boat will go sideways at some point.
No.
Okay.
No, because does it look like a regular sailboat?
It's an effing sailboat. I'm looking at it right now.
That's not good. No, you should not have any stories about the time you capsized your boat.
How much do you think that boat goes for?
I don't even know what it looks like.
It's a standard uncut sailboat.
How many foot?
What do I look like? A
I'm
ruler?
just wondering, like
10 meter?
It looks pretty small.
Okay.
It looks like a small sailboat.
All right.
It says 541 on it. I don't know what that
Oh,
means.
it's a 541?
I'm just telling you.
That's a quality sailor right there.
I am trying to
no
describe.
idea.
Shut
I know.
up.
If it's like a smaller boat, probably it's not as expensive.
Let me put it this
still.
way. It was towed in by a floating raft.
Oh.
Wait.
So it's kind of small then.
It was towed in by a floating
It's like
raft.
one of those big old rafts, and then it's got a motor on the back of it. It looks like the sheriff's department. That's what
Oh,
towed
are you
it
talking
in.
about a Zodiac?
Shut
It's an
up.
inflatable
my
boat.
God.
Shut up, you dick.
Are you talking about an
Shut
inflatable
up.
boat?
I don't know what a Zodiac
That's not a
is.
raft, man.
It's a
That's like
raft.
something in a kiddie
It's
pool
a raft.
that has a lion's head on
It's
it.
what it looks like, man.
Oh,
it's a raft.
floating raft. It's
What
a
did you
goddamn
call
boat.
it?
Did you hear what he just said? What
It's called a Zodiac.
What
A Zodiac.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me ask you
I
a
didn't know
question.
that's what it was called.
Let me ask you a question. You know I don't know what I'm describing. Yeah. So when you said, you talking about a Zodiac? Was I going to be like, oh, yeah, Zodiac, like we've talked about earlier, which I would know.
Like SEAL Team 6 when they're coming on shore. With
yes, that's what it looks like, but I don't know what's called a Zodiac, you dumbass. I'm not even convinced it's called a Zodiac. I think you just made that up.
It's a brand.
Can you Google?
Yes. It's the original brand of floating boats.
Floating boats.
Yeah, a floating raft.
Yes, this is exactly what you're describing, a Zodiac.
Like, this is why.
And if it's a smaller boat, it's not as bad, but it's super embarrassing. Okay. Like, you flipped your boat, and if there wasn't like a heavy storm out there, you don't know how to sail.
But that's what I wonder. Like, is this hobby now over for you?
Because, it should be.
Because if you get another boat and you do this again,
you're done.
You're done.
You're done.
Are you done?
You're done.
You're done.
You're done.
Bro, like, this is what bothers me right now, what's happening. Again, we're talking about this sailboat that capsized at the mouth of Lake Ontario and the Genesee River. Happened yesterday morning. The 2 people that went overboard were rescued. They're safe. The boat was towed in by a Zodiac. A
floating motorized raft.
Shut up. It's a raft. It's an effing raft. It blows up. How would you describe a raft? It blows up.
Your mom.
You blow up. I will punch you.
Oh, she blow up good. Zodiac that crack.
Like, there's what? You shut up. Just keep blowing past it. Keep going.
I didn't.
Shut up.
I blew right into it.
Like, this is how I know
capsized into your mama.
This is how I know you're an idiot. Kimmy, there's not a lot of things Tommy knows about.
No.
Right? So I got excited. I got excited yesterday.
I've been dropping knowledge bombs on you. And
knowledge bombs. No. I get excited, Kimmy, that, like, okay, this is a story that you and I don't know. Tommy has experience with this. Like, finally, like, once every 4 months, we get to sit back and listen to what Tommy has to say, and he knows what he's talking about. And then you become the most arrogant prick, even though you don't even know what you're talking about.
I just nailed it.
No, you named the name of a raft after I described it to you, and you said I was dumb. Raft. But I described it well enough where you knew exactly what I was talking about.
You make it sound like the little kid went out there with a raft doing donkey kicks to rescue him.
Hey, did you figure out what it was? So I did a pretty good job of describing it, didn't I, stupid?
I had to decipher your non-boat knowledge.
I love how your brain knows you shouldn't know the word decipher, so it stopped you halfway through.
I know decipher.
You should decipher. Wait, your brain. Oh, no, he doesn't know that word. Are we sure that word? Are we sure that's how that word works? When's the last time you went sailing?
2 years ago, this summer, yeah.
Oh, you were operating the boat?
I was on a. No, I was not sailing, but I did work one of the lines.
Oh, so then the question...
I worked one of the grinders.
They let you hold something, essentially.
You worked one of the... What's a grinder?
So a grinder is when you wrench in one of the sails. So I worked the starboard side grinder for the spinnaker. No big deal.
I could, like, see his wife, Kimmy, like, listen,
see that?
He won't shut up. Can you give him a job?
Yeah.
Can you just give Tommy a job and make him feel like a big boy?
Okay there, sailor. Reel it in. Give it a go.
I listened to the skipper.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app ready to go. If you want to guarantee you're getting on, you call us right now, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are going to do the best we can to fight against the now painfully corrupt commissioner.
Yes.
She is just disqualifying everybody for no reason.
So we both got booted last week.
It was an unprecedented double break room disqualification that showed up last week. One of those disqualifications was wildly unfair. Many people are saying Kimmy has gone drunk with power, that she needs to be replaced or checked, or maybe we need to pack the court of commissioners so she can't run wild like this anymore. But despite that, we play through.
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where they whining? Happens next. Hear the break room at CMF. All right.
Whatever.
Now we know what we're up against. Because, there are people who they get a little bit of power and it goes right to
Sure.
their head. And then there are people who get a little bit of power, it goes right to their head, and then they enforce that power on other people when it's unnecessary.
Turn those screws.
Well, that's just it. Like, you and I, we usually fight against each other during this segment.
Yeah.
And Kimmy finds that very funny, but Kimmy made one dangerous mistake.
I don't think I made the mistake.
Oh, no, you did.
I think somebody disqualified themselves.
No.
And by their own standard.
One person disqualification, that's, I guess, feasible.
Sure.
But for both of the men in this room who play this game on a weekly basis to be disqualified at the same time.
To tell you should know better.
Okay. You know what you've done?
Can't make any exceptions.
You know what you've done? You know what you've done?
I didn't do anything.
You have created a common enemy.
Yep. You know what we got to do?
What's that?
Fight the power.
Fight the power. You hanging out in the break room on just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's 9 o'clock. It's Tuesday. It's time for Where They Whine. And if you are new to this game, here's how it works. Kimmy has a post from the neighborhood apps that you guys have been sending her. We appreciate all the app posts. She removes street names, town references. She reads it out loud. And when she's reading, there will be little clues that you need to listen for. And you need to listen.
You have to listen.
When you catch those clues, because we all know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the city and greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it now. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're locked up right now with people waiting to play, but as soon as somebody jumps on, you can take their spot if you're quick enough with your fingers. Are you ready, Tommy?
I'm ready.
We're going to fight the power?
Let's do it.
Kimmy, you're the power. You're going to be foughten.
Okay. All right. Just stick to the rules. You'll be fine.
Let's do this thing.
Rockport! Greece! Fairport! Where they whining?
All right. Who's the flower stomper?
Shut up. That doesn't mean anything.
I know it doesn't.
You don't know about flowers.
Bro.
This is my domain.
My life is flowers.
Last break was about water.
Yeah.
And zodiacs.
Yeah.
Capsizing.
And you embarrass yourself.
And this is flowers. Again, my domain.
You've seen my house. You said my dog
But
disappeared.
you don't do nothing with
All
the
right.
flowers.
I'm going to continue with the post here so people don't get confused. Every time the flower beds along our sidewalk grow back, some loser walks all over them again. Like, how bad are you all at walking in a straight line? It's definitely being done on purpose. It's too much damage to just be dogs walking through. We live over on blank. It's a high traffic area, but we've never had this problem before. One time, I saw actual shoe prints in the dirt left behind.
Ooh.
It was a male
Track 'em.
shoe, I'd say around size 10. Couldn't make out the sneaker type. Our petunias are completely gone, and the chrysanthemums are stomped into the ground. I'm left wondering what my family has done to upset someone enough to the point they want to tear up our garden instead of enjoying its beauty. Have any of my other neighbors on blank had this problem? Anyone have camera footage of the culprit? Let's shame him, and maybe it'll prevent him from doing this in the future. And I did include one comment underneath just because I thought it was funny.
Okay.
Tim writes underneath, sorry you're dealing with this, but FYI, your garden is overgrown.
Gardening tips.
Gardening pettiness. All right. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, what do you hear?
Well, I hear basically a garden next to a high foot traffic area.
Good call.
Where would that be?
Wow, you tell me that's what your job is, stupid.
Oh, that's going to be in a certain area called the city.
Oh, you screwed up bad.
I screwed up bad?
I'm sorry, no, I jumped the gun.
I screwed up bad?
Whereabouts in the city?
You want me to call my spot?
That's what you have to do. You can't just say
Park
the
Avenue.
Park Avenue?
Park Avenue
Okay.
area.
You know what I love about this?
What?
Anytime Tommy thinks of the city, he goes Park Avenue. Because he thinks everything happens on Park Avenue. He's like a 1930s Broadway song. Everything happens on Park Avenue.
Downtown. Yeah, it's Park Avenue.
I don't think you've ever picked another city neighborhood.
Park Avenue.
It's always been Park Ave.
You know, where all the hipsters live that listen to Dave Matthews Band and Hootie and the Blowfish. People who listen to those bands are retiring this year. But no, that's a good guess.
All right.
Park Ave was a good guess. I would also, not only me, but everyone listening would like to thank you for leaving all of the legitimate choices on
go
the board.
ahead, Mr. Legitimate.
This one's easy.
Is it?
Yes, because I agree with you that it is a high traffic area. However, what is different about yours is Park Ave has always been a high traffic area. This is a place that has become more high traffic recently, and these people do not know what to do with their petunias being pounced upon. They whining in Fairport.
Oh my God, it's not Fairport.
It works out perfectly. And the last comment, something, that's how I know I got a good pick, because you're making the noises, because you messed up bad. Bro, Fairport's become like Rock Vegas. Everyone's hanging out around there.
Mm-hmm.
This is someone who lives near that bar district where people are parking down their street and walking to these bars. And these people, maybe in their drunken stupor, maybe just because they're dicks, are stomping on these flowers.
But you can't, because in Fairport, your flower beds have to be a certain amount of distance from the road bed.
It's not true. Not with the new government-subsidized Petunia plan that they have out in Fairport. Bro, the comment at the end hit it perfectly, because no West Side town would be like, your flowers are growing anyway. That is an East Side comment.
Oh, it's East Side.
So then why'd you pick Park Ave?
Because I consider that the East Side of the city.
Get out of my face.
It's East Side City.
It's literally right down the middle, stupid.
But it's East Side.
East Side of the middle?
It's smug-ass city.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There was one rule and one rule only. And you want to be careful, because someone is being really picky.
Oh, yeah.
You pick one town.
Okay.
All right. If you are on the phone listening right now and you hear the town you were going to pick being said, you got two options. You can either hang up the phone and try again next week. We will not be offended. Or pick a different town. If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, but then I went, you have been disqualified. Kimmy, despite the fact that she is now drunk with power, has all final say.
Don't break the rules.
You can even see the look on her face.
Don't break the rules.
You have the
Don't
same.
break your own rules.
You look like every
That's
North
the
Korean
town I was
dictator.
going to say, said Pat Duffy last week.
No, that's not what I said. I said that was the town I said before when we were talking about a different. All right.
You know what you did.
I do know what I did. That's why I'm so mad. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's kick it off with Ron. Ron, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining in the Merchants Winton area of the city.
All right, so we're going to go with North Winton there?
Yeah, that North Winton, Browncroft area.
I got you. All right, why North Winton?
Because the people there, they got their own little neighborhood association. They love planting and they love to bitch.
You had a bad experience over there, Ron?
I've seen it. Duffy.
I've seen it. I'm right.
He's seen it. You know what he's seen? He's seen it planting and bitching.
I was going to give you a compliment.
Bitching and planting. I'm sorry, you were saying, Ron?
I said I was going to give you a compliment because I met you in the spring. I met you and your wife. I was going to give you a very nice compliment, but you ruined that.
Well, I don't even want it anymore, Ron.
Ron, you're not going to get it anymore, Pat.
Ron, we got you for North Winton. Thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Ron was ruined by your pick. I promise you. As soon as you said city, Ron's brain, for whatever reason, was like, oh, I would also like to pick a really stupid place. So then he went with North Winton. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Petey, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going Brockport.
Why Brockport?
Because I feel like you guys are all getting trapped into another area.
Oh, we're bunching is what you're worried about.
Yep.
Okay, but that's it?
You're
I mean,
bunching.
There's nothing else about Brockport that makes you feel that way?
Well, I think it's the college dick that made that comment.
They don't appreciate gardening.
Well, but again, like that college has been there for 100 years, so this wouldn't be something new, but maybe 50, 60 years. Doesn't matter.
Oh, you know what, Pat? At some point, you're going to realize how bad your guess was.
Okay. I don't remember you winning any time recently, Pete.
I didn't get disqualified when I on my own.
Pete.
He's bitter, Pete.
But this is for Pete.
Pat.
Yeah, it is.
Pat. Someday you'll get your second star. Unfortunately, it won't be today.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Pete. You dick. Have a good rest of the day. Pete's got Brockport. I hate
that.
Yeah,
I ain't getting a college vibe out of this.
Bro, you picked Park Ave because of the college kids you say live there.
No, there's regular. There's
young adults.
No, there's like old people that live off of like the ABC streets.
No, bro,
in Harvard
I make
and all
that argument every time, and you're like, no, it's where the kids live, bro. It's where the hipsters live, bro.
When I say
their boondoggle and their tie-dye shirts. Going to the fish shows.
Their square-toed cowboy boots.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say they're whining in Spencerport.
Why Spencerport?
Well, Spencerport is high foot traffic. I mean, you got Tops, you got the ice cream shop there, a lot of people walking around, a lot of tourists coming in and off of the canal.
Okay, big tourist town. I know when the cruise ships pull in, it looks like Miami.
Wait, did you say the tourists of Spencerport?
all those people trying to sell you beads and everything.
Well, bro, no, one of my favorite tours of all time is the Cliffs of Spencerport tour. Low lie the fields of Spencerport, where I once watched Cody make an ass out of himself.
There are a lot of people that come in off of like the Rent-A-Boat
Your
canal
ass,
boat.
man.
What's a lot?
And
7?
bikers
What's a
down the
lot
canal.
of
They all-
people, Cody?
There's a line of Zodiacs up there on the weekend.
I work in Spencerport a couple of times a week, and there's a lot of foot traffic on Union, and there's a couple specific flower beds that do get trampled all the time.
Cody's calling his flower beds.
He got it. He's like,
He wants one of the 7 tourists stop at a specific flower bed. What an idiot, Cody! You suck so hard.
Duffy, listen, you are making me feel so much better about myself because every time you absolutely trash somebody's guest, it's a winner. So you're making me feel even
the
better.
Spencerport boat terminal.
Well, no, bro. In fact, in our next segment, we have the Spencerport Chamber of Commerce coming in to talk about their next tourism initiative.
Right.
It's called Now We Sell Burgers.
Awesome. I can't wait. I want a burger.
Cody, you suck. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's get a couple more in before we get a reread for the folks just joining us. Let's talk to Dale. Dale, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I think it's West Webster.
Okay, we'll just go with Webster. You don't have to split it up. Okay, why Webster?
I think it's Webster because there's a bunch of old people out there that really care about their garden beds.
Okay.
I've walked on people's grass before, and I've gotten people coming out their front door yelling at me because I'm walking on their grass.
Tommy would do that if that happened.
Yeah. Why are you walking on people's yards, you dick?
I'm trying to trample on their grass.
You think that's funny, huh, buddy?
Now he's uncomfortable.
That's called trespassing, son.
Cut it out. You're done? Are you done? Dale, thanks for the call. So I think Dale's made a mistake here.
Of course he did. He picked Webster.
Well, I mean, past it being Webster. I think that the idea that only old people are doing the flower thing now is wrong.
Well, what do you call old? Because your generation is now buying homes and putting in gardens.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And I even think younger than that. I mean, Kimmy can attest to men and women in their 20s and 30s getting into gardening, right? Like, I mean, I don't know if it's a COVID thing. I don't know if it's, grandma left you a bunch of petunias.
No, but I do think old people are now getting more boring.
I mean, young people.
Yeah. I think the 20-year-olds are now more boring than my generation.
You said old people.
But I think young people are boring.
Okay. 252
You're not cool anymore.
Well, then wouldn't that lead to more gardening?
I think it's
gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all suck.
All right, 252 WCMF. If you're sitting on hold, sit tight, Kimmy. Can we get a reread on where they wind up for the folks just joining us? Thank you.
All right, who's the flower stomper? Every time the flower beds along our sidewalk grow back, some loser walks all over them again. Like, how bad are you all at walking in a straight line? It's definitely being done on purpose. It's too much damage to just be dogs walking through. We live over on blank. It's a high traffic area, but we've never had this problem before. One time I saw actual shoe prints in the dirt left behind. It was a male shoe, I'd say around size 10. Couldn't make out the sneaker type.
Bro, this is so... I'm sorry, let me pause.
He's a detective now.
It might be somebody old because that is such old man. I saw it, MacGyver.
Our petunias are completely gone, and the chrysanthemums are stomped into the ground. I'm left wondering what my family has done to upset someone enough to the point where they want to tear up our garden instead of enjoying its beauty. Have any of my other neighbors on blank had this problem? Anyone have camera footage of the culprit? Let's shame him, and maybe it'll prevent him from doing it in the future. Tim responds, sorry you're dealing with this, but FYI, your garden is overgrown.
Catty bitch. Mm-hmm. All right, Tommy is on Park Ave, which is nice because he left all the good picks for everybody else. I am in Fairport. Ron was affected by Tommy's pick, had to be. He went in the city too, North Winton. Pete chose Brockport. Cody chose Spencerport, and he says he works out there, which is weird because I hear it's hard to get in during tourist season. Dale is out in Webster because he's out there stomping on people's yards. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, I'm going to go with I'm going to go with Arundequoit for two reasons. One, the main roads are like St. Paul, Titus Culvert, lots of flower beds right up against the sidewalks. And secondly, a lot of people, I always see people like guys pushing a baby stroller, walking their dogs, and with two toddlers all at the same time. And this might be a guy who just can't control his pets and his kids at the same time. He's chasing them down and stepping on people's flower gardens.
It's funny. You couldn't be like, it's a guy who's like distracted because he's being a good dad. It's, you can't control your dog and your kid. If I was back in the day,
bad parenting.
if I would have done that when I was a father, which I didn't because we didn't have to in my generation, but I would have done it better.
I saw a guy yesterday having that same issue, and he had the same douchey haircut and beard like you did.
Oh, why you got to hurt people? It's not good if you can hear yourself laugh afterwards, Barber. Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. We got you for around a quid. All right, there's something we may not be considering here.
What's that?
And I'll leave this to help everybody else that's sitting on hold or
A
trying
little
to call.
tipperoo?
Well, look, I mean, we're assuming this was an accident. Everybody calling up is assuming this is an accident. This could have been intentional. And I guess if you
intentional stomping?
Yeah, and I mean, if it is intentional, you would then have to figure out where the biggest dicks live. Right? I mean, it's not out of the question that there are dicks that are intentionally stomping on these flowers. And size 10 could be high school age kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So it's not little kids.
If that's
big ass, grown ass man child.
I mean, if it's dick kids, Cody may have accidentally backed into the right answer with Spencerport.
Being college.
No, high school.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. Oh,
He's thinking of Brockport.
Yeah,
That's what.
I got my ports mixed up. I was thinking of the boating season.
Well, I mean, you're forgetting all the tourists. It's easy to confuse them.
Coming in.
252 WCMF. All right, let's talk to Adam. Adam, where are they whining, buddy?
I'll give it a shot with Scottsville.
Oh, that was a terrible pick. Why Scottsville?
I knew you were going to ask why, because that's the only follow-up question you ever ask anymore. And this game has just become a random pick of any town that you can get in and ask for. So, and Duffy, this is your most annoying bit. I love Kimmy. This is her bit, but you just take it over and you throw in a stupid mom joke on Tommy.
You just described the break room in one paragraph.
Oh, wait. And then Ben's going to end it every week. Oh, it's going to be great. I love this game.
I just want to be clear. You're referring to the bit you just called for.
You played, Adam.
Yeah, I know. Because it's time to retire this bit.
Okay.
Unless you can shut up for a while and just let the game go on.
I like them shows where they shut up.
Hey, no, we're going to try this new bit called 30 Seconds of Silence.
Jeremy today? Miss Jeremy. See ya.
Maybe his petunias got
Had a
stepped
rough
on.
weekend.
He waited for like 15 minutes for that.
He really did.
Your game sucks. I want to play.
Did he pick a town?
He picked Scottsville. I almost hope he wins now. I almost hope he wins. I'm cheering for Adam, the
Come on,
angriest
Adam.
man ever.
I'm going to go with Scottsville, but let me tell you why this sucks.
This show, it's the only follow-up question yes. What other follow-up question would you like after you pick a town? Have you been to the doctor recently? What are your thoughts on Advil to help prevent heart attacks? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining, buddy?
Morning, guys. I'm going to go with Brighton.
Do you think you could fight a full-grown tiger if you were stuck in a cage with it?
No.
Okay, Chris, why Brighton?
Big
just
walking
shooting
town.
it out there.
Say that again?
A lot of foot traffic.
Just throwing it out there.
Okay, all right, great, Chris. Thanks for the call, buddy.
That's a walk in town.
It is a walk in town, but then again, if it's always been a walk in town, this wouldn't be a new thing.
But new walkers, they don't respect the rules of
Well,
walking.
you got 4-year-olds learning to 4 or 5-year-olds learning to walk full on the road for the first time.
Large-footed 4-year-olds.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, where are they whining, buddy?
Canandaigua.
Why Canandaigua?
Because I worked there, and last week I saw a guy staring at his garden like, what the? And so I'm assuming it's just Canandaigua. Or at least I'm hoping.
Okay.
Big garden town.
All right, great. Tom.
That's not a bad pick.
Okay.
And it's a big walking town in the summertime. People going up and down around the area.
Thank you for describing
Up,
walking
down,
to
and
everybody
around.
But you know
listening.
what I mean.
Man, Adam has some good points all of a sudden.
I would say that town and Brighton are two of our biggest walking communities.
Canandaigua and Brighton?
Yeah. Especially in the summertime, man, for Canandaigua.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
People walk to Temple every Saturday.
Yeah, you're right.
In Brighton.
You're right. Okay.
You've never walked to church, ever.
No, I didn't.
Call yourself a Catholic.
And that's why I don't go to church
You
anymore.
don't even walk to the Holy Father. Should be ashamed of yourself.
252 WCMF 252-9263. If this is the same man, this week he now has the greatest nickname in break room history. I can't remember which one he won, but somehow Ranch came up in the discussion.
Yeah.
Luke won, and he was christened Cool Ranch Luke by our Twitter listeners. Luke, where are they whining, buddy?
Charlotte.
Why Charlotte?
Because there's a lot of
lot of through traffic there. You got all the bars down there, heavy beach walkers, and I just figured it'd be a good guess.
You see a lot of flowers in Charlotte?
No.
No.
And I don't see a lot of walking in Charlotte. I see a lot of fleeing.
There's tons of walking in
A lot of
Charlotte.
fleeing.
What do you look? The guys we know that live in Charlotte don't do a lot of walking, but other
But they
people
cause the
walk.
fleeing.
All right, Luke, Cool Ranch Luke, excuse me. We got you for Charlotte. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF, you know, Adam said he's going to predict a bit, right? We're going to end with Ben.
Yeah.
And the joke's on him.
Right.
Because we're going to end on Ben Jr., who's a different man named Ben.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Ben Jr., you're on CMF. Where are they whining?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
I'm calling in for my dad because she's on vacation. It's just Ben Jr.
So that's going to stop there. And you know what?
What?
Adam's right.
What's that?
We're closing on
All right,
regular
all right,
Ben.
all right.
252 WCMF. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
That was horrible. Why did you do that?
I would just keep
everybody?
going past it, Ben. I would just start talking about something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Victor because people be walking from the high school to their town, their
Did you
house in
just
the
say
village.
the people be
Walking
walking?
from high school.
People be walking from high
You know,
school.
Tommy would say that. You wouldn't even think twice about it.
What?
But anyway, yeah. So
Are you drunk?
Tommy
Can
would,
we put the other Ben back on?
Wait, Ben, aren't you supposed to be in Montana right now?
Oh, yeah.
we're going to be there probably tomorrow.
Okay.
We're in South Dakota right now. Almost
South
Mount
Dakota,
The
Ben.
only thing more boring than Ben is South Dakota. All right, Ben, we got you for Victor, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. All right.
He called him from South Dakota.
All right. I do want to take one more call. I
All
feel
right.
terrible because
Wow.
it's been sitting on hold for 25 minutes.
Oh, you got to help
I know.
me.
I'm sorry. James has got the last word. James, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm gonna say South Wedge.
Why South Wedge?
It's a lot of bars over there, foot traffic. But like, I think that comment under the post, like, I feel like that's the only place somebody like that would respond to somebody.
Okay. All right, James.
That
Here's
guy
the thing.
sound like a
James,
like
here's
a
the thing.
bad person.
Okay, no, I got you. James. I am a little disappointed because, like, you held for 25 minutes, man, and you hung in there, and I really appreciate you, man, right? But I figured a man that had 25 minutes invested in this segment, James, would come out a little more hot than, oh, no, the Southwest.
I think he had too much time to think about it.
Is that what it was? James, was that your initial pick?
It wasn't, but
it wasn't. Wait, no. So you weren't going to go with Southwest. Somebody picked what you were going to say. Did you lose multiple towns, like along the way, having sitting on hold?
I lost like 2 of them. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well, what were you thinking first, though?
I can't tell you that because Kimmy Jong is gonna like.
Kimmy Jong.
He knows the
Kimmy
game.
Jong?
You're not going to get him.
No,
He made his pick and he's sticking with it.
All right, James, we got you for the South Wedge. Thanks
All
for the
right.
call, buddy. Sorry for making you sit for so
Thank
long.
you.
All right, there goes James. Okay, let's recap.
All right.
Ready?
All right.
Good news.
Yeah.
No one has been disqualified
Okay.
today, right? Kimmy, she heard the warnings from the people. She was
Yeah.
worried about the guillotine, and
She backed off.
That's right. Let them eat cake.
It was a clean game today.
Tommy, pick Park Ave. I'm in Fairport. Ron is in North Winton. Pete, I know things. I picked Brockport and they're full in my face. Cody went with Spencerport on account of all the casinos they're building out there with
Yes.
the new tourism boom. Dale is in Webster because old people. Barber's in Irondequoit because dad's with, and I quote, 2 babies pushing a stroller and 2 dogs are stomping on the petunias. Adam was in Scottsville, and he called up and told us that the bit that he participates in and stayed to listen to sucked more than anything in the world. Chris is out in Brighton. He said he didn't think he could take on a full-grown tiger if he was stuck in a cage with it. But then he went with Brighton. Tommy's saying Brighton. And the next pick, Canandaigua from Tom, 2 of the most walking towns.
Yeah, I think those 2 are good picks.
Cool Ranch Luke is out in Charlotte. Ben Sr. we bailed on immediately for reasons which became apparent as soon as he started talking. South Dakota Ben chose Victor. And 25-minute James bored us all with the South Wedge. Are we ready?
I think so.
Oh, something's happening. You can always read Kimmy. No, you can always read Kimmy. Something's happening.
No, nothing's happening.
Because she looks
Just normal.
disappointed. That means somebody in this room might have hit.
No, not at all. Let's do this thing.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Webster! Hilton!
Sit down. You're ruining it for yourself.
Got a new haircut. I'm wearing a hoodie with jeans today. I love hoodie jeans season.
Got a winner.
Yes, come on.
Got a winner. This pick flew under the radar.
So
Not
any
a lot
less.
of Not a lot of discussion around this pick,
So
really.
we didn't tear it up.
But this,
Good. Well, I'm just glad Cody didn't.
but
Win, 'cause
this,
that guy sucks.
this person, they know this town because they whining in Arundicoid.
Damn, Barber.
Damn.
Damn. We just made fun of Barber and let the
You
town
did,
go
and
to
I
the side.
think that this is Barber's first star, maybe.
Like
I
in
don't
his whole
think-
life.
Yeah, I don't think
For
he's
anything.
ever.
Yeah.
This
He's
is the
never
first time
excelled
on the
at
board.
anything in his entire
Damn.
life. Like, this is the greatest accomplishment he's ever had. No, I mean, that makes sense.
It didn't at the time.
No, I mean, like,
we can't say that now after we didn't say anything.
Well, no,
yeah, you know what? It's a good
No,
thing.
I mean, Park Ave doesn't make sense. I mean, there was a lot of East Side.
Your side, none of them made sense.
Arundicoid are very
I
similar
would say
towns.
Brighton and Canandaigua made sense.
Okay, but they weren't the answer. I'm
Right,
saying.
but yours sucked.
What are you talking about? Fairport and East Arundicoid are very similar places.
Not even
Kimmy?
close.
Wait, Fairport and East
East
Arundicoid.
West
Arundicoid,
Arundicoid,
too.
I'm sorry, West Arundicoid.
Either
West-
one is not
I
even
mean-
close.
West Arundicoid and Fairport, they call them sister towns. That's right.
Only when your mom's there.
They don't
built-
even touch.
No, they're building that new bridge from West
Oh,
Arundicoid
the
to
Freedom Bridge?
Fairport, yeah, which you can then take an air balloon to Spencerport on account of all of the tourists. It's getting really jammed up trying to drive in there.
That's a
When
first.
the cruise ships come in.
They
Can't
call
say
it-
I've heard about Spencerport tourism.
No, they call it the Woodstock of the West Side. All right, congratulations, Barber. Everything else about you sucks, but you have won
All
where they
right.
wanted this week. Let's take a break. It was a rough weekend for the New York State Fair.
What happened?
Well, there was a story that was reported as fact Sunday night.
The butter go bad?
Yeah, the butter go bad. We'll tell you what went down.
Right.
Back to back, too.
Damn.
Next year of the break room on CMF. Labor Day is coming on, which means summer is unofficially over.
Toast.
And, it coincides with the biggest event that New York State throws every year.
Mm-hmm.
Although the last 2 days of the event may be something that organizers wish they could have had back.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You didn't see what happened Saturday night?
No.
Okay. So, Sunday night. My apologies. On Sunday night, around 8:30 p.m., folks at the fair started running from the concert area, claiming there was a shooting.
Jesus.
Folks shut it down. The organizers did, for safety's sake, obviously. And the story spread like wildfire all over social media and every news story. You had people now commenting on all of these things that were happening in the moment, which is always dangerous to do, Tommy, because information moves quickly, and we've seen this spiral out of control 1,000 times. The problem, Tommy.
What was the problem?
There wasn't a shooting.
All right.
Police say after an investigation, there is no evidence that any gun was fired inside the event at all. And in fact, details even past that are very minuscule.
All right.
So, in light of the fact that there was no shooting on Saturday night, they had shut the fair down early.
Okay.
They decided to open up the fair as normal for its final day yesterday morning.
All right.
And they made it about an hour before something else went wrong.
What happened?
A propane tank started leaking.
Oh. God damn, man.
The state fair had to call a hazmat team, and hazmat teams from a couple of different departments in the area showed up. They ended up having to burn off the leaked propane to prevent an explosion. Now, the whole thing only took about 10 minutes, but folks were understandably on edge.
Yeah. I'd be a little nervous if I saw the hazmat team driving by.
Not the best way to finish up the great New York State Fair with shooting that wasn't actually a shooting and could be giant bombing the fair by accident. Kimmy, there were people that went up for the weekend.
Yeah.
Right? Like went to the concert Sunday night, stayed the night, decided to go back in Monday.
Camp out, right?
Yeah. Or, there's hotels in the area, too. They may have been there for both of these events
you're right.
happening.
It's very possible.
Is that enough to never go back? Because both
it might be if that was your first experience.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if you're somebody that goes to the fair every year, I don't think it would take more than that, I think, to prevent you from going back. But like if this is your first and only experience at the state fair, it'd be like, what the heck's going on here? Like, is this just a crap show all the time or what?
Because I've never talked to anybody that's gone to the state fair. I know we make fun of it a lot because it's kind of hokey. You got the butter sculpture, and you can buy, milk for
you
a
go
quarter.
there for that, right?
Yeah, everyone I've ever talked to that's been in the last couple of years always has a great time.
Yeah, it's vast.
But you would also understand why, two of these things back to back would make you not want to go do something like that again. And it sucks because, it's not the fault of the fair that, one, this story was falsely reported on Saturday night, and two, you had this freak propane tank incident.
But then you think about how inconvenienced you were after you took the time to get the kids and do all that stuff. Then the thing tanks.
Literally.
You're pissed. Yeah.
I think the biggest problem here.
What's that?
What happened on Sunday night with that shooting report?
It was at the concert.
No, that's what they claimed. They said there was a shooting at the concert, and then it even evolved, Kimmy, into a mass shooting. That was the reports coming out of the fair on Sunday night. A lot of people saw that story.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many people saw
the ending to the story.
I guess you wouldn't call it a retraction.
The follow up. Yeah.
Zero
people
saw it. Somebody saw that and go, yeah. All the old man sounds you make when the news you see agrees with you.
But here's the thing. Any event now that has thousands of people, this is something you have to be aware of,
yes,
right?
True.
Unfortunately, yes.
And maybe that's part of it too, even though it wasn't there wasn't a shooting. Maybe sometimes that just having that reminder of that could happen is enough to keep people away from big events like that.
Like you're in this weird in between, right? Where a reaction like that isn't. It's understandable.
Right. I think it depends how old the crowd is too.
What do you mean?
Like if that concert was skewed more towards my age,
okay,
they're not getting my money again.
Oh no, but it goes the other way too. If it
was
I
make sure my propane tanks are taken care of. I mark them, I chart them. I have a propane chart in the garage.
I know you're laughing. I've seen propane charts.
I've had two.
No, but
possibly in my house. I don't have a propane chart. It's more of just like scribbling.
I would make the argument that the younger the concert, the more old man noises you're going to get from reports like this. Yeah, because, back in my day, we didn't have to worry about this stuff.
From like guys not there.
Exactly.
You're saying?
You put this person on stage, and this is what you're missing. Blah, blah, blah. But then again, for the people that were at the concert, I get it, man. If you think something like this is happening.
And it's not out of the norm, man, where you're going to flip.
Exactly. Like, you have to get to a place where you're going to feel like you're safe. And the videos that were coming out of that thing on Saturday night also didn't help the fact that the news spread so fast because you had people in full panic doing everything they could to get out of that fair.
Especially if this is a show that I convinced my wife we got to go see that she didn't want to go to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Or even the other way where you got dragged to a show, one of your wife's show you don't really want to go to. Any excuse to not do this again.
Yeah.
I can't be safe out there, honey.
But here's what sucks.
Bad elements.
Here's what sucks, 252 WCMF again. Two massive problems for the state fair that weren't their fault over the weekend. Sunday night, there were reports of a shooting coming from the concert area. The place cleared out. They shut it down. It turns out, after an investigation, police say there was no shooting. Then, Monday morning, a propane tank started leaking. Hazmat team showed up. They had to burn off the excess propane to prevent an explosion. Only took 10 minutes, but that's a hell of a
Did they have to clear the park out then?
It doesn't say that they shut down the carnival Monday morning.
Right.
So, I mean, keep eating your fried butter, and let's hope for the best. No, I think what sucks, and again, we poke fun at the state fair all the time, but, like, if you go look at their concert lineup every year, these concerts are
pretty major.
It's great.
Yeah.
And like the concerts, if I'm not mistaken, are free with admission, and admission's only like $8.
Right.
Like you get a hell of a bang for your buck going to these shows.
All the entertainment all day long.
All the entertainment.
All the butter.
It's like being in Spencerport on a summer's day. There's tourists everywhere.
Take your boat there.
And what's even better is they have entertainment for like every age group. Like, for example, Chubby Checker. Was it this year or last year, Chubby Checker?
And we thought we didn't think he was still alive.
I think but that would have been a safe bet.
Yes.
If you go to FanDuel, is Chubby Checker still breathing?
You shouldn't have the name Chubby and live that long.
I mean, you know what the secret is?
What's that?
Twisting.
Yeah, you get a nice exercise.
Come on, baby. I'm still alive.
82.
I'm still breathing. He's
82.
Yes.
And he's on tour.
Do you think he still does the twist?
Yes. He has to.
No, you don't have to. Bro, we've watched stand-up comedians sit down on a stool for an hour.
Bro, I just saw Frankie Valli.
Okay.
He's 90 and still tours. And he gets out there and does the moves. Slowly, but he still does it.
Okay.
And in those old greaser outfits, too.
So for those of you who may be younger, you would know Frankie Valli from the Four Seasons. If you've ever seen A Bronx Tale, that's all the music in the background,
And,
right?
yeah.
You know, any old Italian movie, that's the
sure.
Four Seasons.
And Jersey Boys was a big
There you go. Thank you.
Broadway play.
Thank you.
And movie.
If Frankie Valli is 90 and he's still touring because he wants to do it, that's a great story.
Mm-hmm.
If Frankie Valli is 90 and he's still touring because he has to eat, that's a horrific story.
But he doesn't. That dude he owns all that stuff.
you sure?
He is so
It's got to be the fear of stopping for these guys.
And he still draws. That's the other thing, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, think of like people like your mother's age that are still around. That they're they don't get damp no more except for Frankie Valli.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that tingling? Haven't felt that in a long
And he doesn't look that bad for
Your
his
dad pulls
age.
out his rubber gloves.
But for 90, he doesn't look that. I mean, he doesn't look great.
Okay, bro.
But to be 90 and walking
That's
and
just it.
singing and moving at all is amazing.
If you're above ground at 90, you look great for 90.
I mean, I would pay money to see Frankie Valli. I just want to see what the act is at that age.
There's no way he's doing his actual vocals at 90.
I think he does.
No, there's no way a 90-year-old man.
He can still sing. I don't think he does a full show. I mean, he's got a big band behind him, but I think he probably does about 4 tunes. Like Lou.
Wait, 4 songs?
4.
Yeah.
What am I paying 4 songs to see Frankie
It's gotta
Valli?
You get the whole. He walks off. A little oxygen comes back.
Bro, like
Maybe has some fried butter. I hear that's the key to life.
No, you're at the point where like
he could die.
Yeah, that's just it. Like you have to have a conversation with whoever you're going with in the car on the way. Like we could watch Frankie Valli die tonight.
I wouldn't. I mean, Dave.
I love how you stopped yourself like nobody knew where
I
you were
know.
going.
But-
How are you going to
I know,
soften
I
this
know.
one? No, I want to hear what your soft version of what you were going to say is.
You have a story. Like you saw the final breaths of your hero.
No, but he's not even your hero. You just want to go to watch him die. I bought a ticket in Reno just to watch Frankie Valli die.
I can't breathe no more.
Come back, wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next in the break room on CMF.
patio. Tuesday, Rabaruzzi.
Way to get there, buddy. Yes, it's a Tuesday here in the break room on CMF. That makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little hate on.
That's right. We got our Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. It was about 2 weeks ago. We shared with you an idea that a school district had to get kids to go back to school. We found out over the last 5 years that kids that are chronically absent has increased a ton.
Okay.
So the question was, how do we get these kids back and learning? And one school district decided to pay kids. They paid them $50 a week for perfect attendance. And what they discovered was not only was the attendance fantastic, their grades skyrocketed as well. We discussed how feasible this would be in the room when we talked about it initially to get kids in our school districts to go back to school. And that set off a ton of people. Bro, we were blasted with letters.
Where's my $50?
It wasn't so much where's my $50.
I should get back paid.
It was other ideas.
Oh.
Not so similar ideas, but ideas.
How to get the kids back to school?
You got it. But one letter, as we always say, rose above the rest of them. We will read you that tomorrow in the break room on CMF. By the way, we do have some housekeeping to take care of.
Okay.
Let's not forget, Buffalo Bills opening day Sunday. Your Buffalo Bills taking on the Arizona Cardinals. Kickoff is 1 p.m. That game is right here on Rochester's home of the Buffalo Bills, 96.5 WCMF. Also, our rock shop is open right now.
The rock shop?
Yep, at WCMF.com. We have our Tommy Nation t-shirts. We have our Ribs Arkansas t-shirts. We have our CMF logo t-shirts. And with Bill season starting, we will tell you more about it this week. We have a brand new Buffalo-themed t-shirt.
I can't wait to see it.
Well, you've heard of Bill's Mafia, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Muley Mafia?
Oh. I think some of them were in the Mafia.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about your grandfather who married a teenage girl and then escaped New Orleans.
Where's his t-shirt? Why does my grandson get a t-shirt? Where's my t-shirt?
Also, we love Jolene. She's on her way in.
Yeah. Jolene?
Jolene! She's got her 10 at 10 songs in a row right after the break room, like now.
Was she doing a tenor?
Shut up.
Jolene, don't take my tenor away.
He's going to stop talking so you get to 10 songs with Jolene.
We're going to get to it.
Okay, great. For Kimmy,
yep,
who the people spoke, she shook with fear, and she is back down from her dictator tendencies. For Tommy Muley, who really wants to watch Frankie Valli die on stage.
Yes.
But no!
Not really.
Yes, you sound like Marv Albert. Is he dead? Yes! 93! My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.